Welcome to the Wayward session 71.
Wayward ones.
You're lost.
Still alive. Somehow.
Barely.
All right, so recap. We had a fight with a huge sized construct, Maldrum. We did not wait for Maldrum to finish their monologue before we began to fight them, showcasing that they are kind of an impenetrable construct frame with inches of thick adamantine plating. They had numerous tentacle arms that had magical effects. They had spells that they were casting as well, and that they had some sort of power that they were wielding from the congruence on the north side of the chamber. It's had disastrous effects as far as how it was ravaging time. And the way it was kind of leaching out through the fights. Maldrum would speak at the foolishness of what you all were attempting to do with the Guardians and unleashing the destruction that would cause. But at the same time, that also depowered them in the construct and left them powerless, which then Ukar capitalized at the end there to stab the brain with the dagger of soul reaping as they finally got through the glass. Now, there was a character that made an appearance. That was Damodar. Damodar made an appearance coming and teleporting in as they used their gift to begin to fight away the solar flares, if you will, of the kind of congruence as it was whipping itself in its power, lashing outwards. Damodar kept that control. Now, one of you decided to launch some arrows at him too. Didn't exactly go very well. But you tried your best, and then you did some looting in the room as best as you possibly could, and then upon the advisement of Damodar, you began to leave. Now, a couple notes here was that Damodar was saying something on the lines of, in terms of context, if a dragon to save, right? There was a couple other things that they were talking about how, this was maybe not exactly a mutual alliance or an alliance at all with the Tinkerer, that this maybe kind of had two separate entities, or maybe there was just oh, I respect you, respect me, I don't step on your turf, whatever. It's kind of unclear. We don't know a whole lot. And that's simply because we didn't get Maldrum to talk more, and we were in the heat of the power as it was whipping through. We couldn't exactly speak to Damodar as they were focusing and controlling their gift to fight back that power. Now, I think some of you said, "Oh, he's consuming it. He's kind of absorbing it, if you will." That's a yes and no. That's a yes and no because the Maldrum was already using it. Was already consuming that, it seems, for powering themselves and using it, maybe even to power a lot of what they were doing here. Now, was that what Damodar was doing? I don't think you could see that necessarily. I don't think you can say so, and I don't think you can say no. So yes or no, could either way. That's the best way I can interpret it for you as far as your perspectives. Now, Ukar is with you. As well as Alden. Alden is going to change back into the regular form here. And then Ukar is going to use a ring of holding, create, and this, I don't believe I went through this, but they are going to use a ring of holding while you are looting and after stabbing the brain before you finally depart. And they will pull out a sending stone, and they're going to use that sending stone to tell the Tinkerer is finished. Plan may proceed. And they're going to chuck that sending stone back into the wormhole of the Ring of Holding and close it. Upon that, we'll follow you out of the alchemy into the dungeon that you had fought through and begin to almost follow you out back to the sewers and to the drain station where Vistar is waiting.
Divers.
Can I do something while we're walking back to the sewers once
Yeah.
we leave? I know I can't target Damodar with this, but I'm gonna try to target the room that Damodar was in the congruence. I'm gonna cast divination, and I'm gonna ask what will happen here in what will happen here toward to the congruence. That was my question. I'm kind of trying to use the power. I don't know if it will be this way. I'm kind of trying to use the power to see a little bit instead of getting like a question, just to see what would happen in the future a little bit.
Mm. Hit me right off the bat, Jay.
I've been sitting on this question for a week.
You didn't DM me? Come on, Jay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Research time.
It's not research time. It's what would make sense. Concept of a god. God's purview.
Mhm.
That's what the divination spell is. It's basically getting an offering
Mhm.
and putting you in contact with the god or God's
That's why I was
purview,
trying to
which
say instead of like
states.
of a godly word, I was trying to see more into the future myself, if that would make any sense.
Yeah, but that's not what the spell is, though. The spell is kind of looking at a god's purview to see what they would, if. And you're asking the same question, and it's kind of like what would happen within 7 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you're like basically saying what will happen in 7 days with what has happened with Damodar here, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I'm trying to get around the whole Damodar, because I know he has the immunity to the divination.
Yeah, and that's what the thing is it's tough because we have to think about it's just I would say this answer is going to be very specific just to the congruence.
Mm-hmm.
The answer that would come through would tell the congruence would do harm unless controlled. It will now be lost.
Okay.
That is probably as best as a god or a god's purview could answer the question without knowing who is doing what or what to it. Just seeing what would happen to it within 7 days.
Okay.
The fuck?
That actually works a lot. All right.
Okay.
I'll after that I'll look at Israel. We can erase that one off the list.
All right. One down. A few more to go, at least. This continent, anyways.
Yeah. Kind of a bummer, though, if you think about it. If that whole thing would have just indefinitely been like melting down, and Damodar didn't want that to happen, he would have just been stuck there. Would have known exactly where to find him. Ah, well.
I think he probably would have just let the town like turn to
Well,
ash.
I don't know. Maybe that thing would have blown up the whole continent or something.
Yeah. It would have been probably really dangerous if it's not controlled. So
Well, yeah. Oh, one way we could learn more about that kind of stuff. Thought I picked up all these books and random gizmos and scrolls and whatnot. Didn't really get time to look at them, but they might mean something to you.
yeah, whenever we get a time to actually sit down, this would be great. Take whatever Joe gives me, put it in a bag of holding.
Okay. All right, so Costas, you begin to reach into the Essence of Solar Dragon, trying to find a telepathic connection with Belzar.
Yep.
Reach in, you feel connected. Do you say anything?
Hello?
Hello?
Everything good?
Whoa! What's happening?
That's what I'm trying to check.
Feel the bond of Damodar is gone. There is many of some. The city is under attack.
Are you in? Where are you?
I have to. See, as there's like yelling and other things that they're having within their mind.
Where are you?
Connection is lost. Belzar is
I would like
hunted
to use visions to find out, to like see what's going on with them right now.
up. Okay, go and make a saving throw.
Let me check what kind that is quickly. Wisdom.
Okay. So you focus on the stone. You have to kind of sit for this. You are kind of on the way out. We'll say, I guess you're in the sewers at this point, at least. So you're kind of moving through. You have to stop. The Ukar is kind of in the back, so Ukar will probably just kind of like go by you. You just like stop and take your stone, and you're looking into it. Ukar kind of chuckles a little bit as they kind of laugh as they're moving by you. Focusing on the stone, you're met with a vision of an attack happening. You see Belzar here in a dragon form is currently fighting what appears to be like duplicates of Ukar, but not necessarily Ukar is these duplicates attacking Belzar. It's like the duplicates are attacking the dwarvish soldiers that are fortified themselves, and almost grouping. And the spot, kind of the normal phrasing of surrender and lower your weapons, is heard through the vision. There is also numerous amounts of Erpips.
I will convey to the rest of the group. Belsar is here. He is trying to protect the city.
Can you tell him to not to?
Seems like he is. I think if we're going to try and do that, we're going to do it in person. His
Ukar,
mind's kind of fucked right now.
what's the next phase of the plan?
You saying that to Ukar or to yourselves?
Yeah. To Ukar.
Next phase of the plan. We will speak of this when we reach the star. Work leader, keep moving.
Okay.
Can you try not to hurt Belsar?
Of course. As I discussed with you prior.
Thank you.
Oh, since we're here, we got a spare minute. Alden, just want to say thanks again, man, for helping us out. That was a tough fight. And, well, as far as I'm concerned, you have no further obligation of us. You did what we asked you to. If we could link up again later once we're all out of here, we would like to talk to your boss man.
I will try to make arrangements with the tribunal to expect you. The road is hard. It is most difficult to find the trail. How will you find it? Do not have a map, nor will I create one.
Talk to Corvus?
You may see Corvos if you are able to reach them. They may be able to guide you. to Ufaris.
I think we have our ways. We're more than capable.
This is where you wish to part ways. Whatever you have planned here.
Well, that's just it. I don't know exactly what we do have planned here from here on out. We kind of did what we set out to do, and I just didn't want to pressure you into, I don't know, rampaging around a city with us if that's what we end up doing. If you don't have to, don't want to see
Of course.
yourself getting hurt.
I will not do that. No. I will leave if that is the case. I'll make my way
You've
out
already
of
done
the
more than
city
enough.
if I have to. And I'll make my way back to Ufaris. But I am curious to see what the Ugar has to say to the victory of a great battle such as this. I would imagine you all would have made way to a feast of some kind in shelter and safety. But alas, I sense that I might feel otherwise. You see as they're kind of like muttering to themselves, smelling in the air. They just kind of continue to walk through the sewer drain. Pipe. Eventually,
and
they're all
Alden.
going to reach the drain station. Yeah, go ahead.
May the morning lights always shine at on your face, or whatever. I really messed that one up.
Is that supposed to be some sort of sun god blessing?
An a-religious sun god blessing.
I have no use of the prayers to your sun god. But thank you for thinking of me.
Yes. Just, yeah, maybe that's why I messed it up so badly. That's Corvos' intervention or something.
Corvos does not intervene. This must be from some other purpose. It
Yes,
smells.
yes.
This is because of your mother.
It almost always is.
It is like most children to follow in the steps of their parents. I'd imagine, from the stories I've heard, the talking of all of you, that it was your mother that pushed you to the ways of the light of the sun god. Perhaps you do not see the same light as your mother does. You do not wish to walk the same path. And this is why you falter in prayer.
Perhaps, but I already think I walk quite a different path than the Bloodies.
Perhaps so. It's of no consequence to me. I appreciate the thought. One last thing, Costas.
Yes?
Don't let all of these make a mockery of you. Simply because you love your mother.
We have a complicated relationship.
Ufaris and the Ufarim. We follow in the steps of our parents. We love them dearly. To death, often.
I have to say, that's something I respect. Well, yeah. I need to go make sure that I get my mall back.
I think I deleted your thing. Oh, there you go. Star, leaning against the wall. You've done it. You're victorious. Or maybe you did not find the Tinkerer. What of it? What happened?
Oh, we found him all right. We killed him right dead.
Fantastic. Good news. There's been explosions shaken above the city street. Loud enough that I could even hear them down here. I didn't know anything was planned. Perhaps this was the fall of the Tinkerer and those constructs destructing themselves.
One can only hope.
Ukar. The next step, as we discussed, we will wait for the dwarfs to retreat back into the royal steppes, that the Tinkerer's blood knights and the golems, they should retreat to more defensible positions to give us the lower steps, to bring in your army and to ally them to the Dragon Pike Rebellion. The dragoons are ready. They've been preparing for this for a long time. Liberate the city. Looks. The next phase of this plan for Star is already in motion. There will be no orc army needed here. It is not necessary. How are you supposed... This was not the plan that we arranged. No. It is not the plan that was arranged. The Star. You have been a good ally. This plan is to ensure the safety of everyone involved, even your rebellion. The blood of the orcs will not be spilled fighting against dwarves. Stone Spire will soon be overthrown. The drawbridges will be lowered. And the head of the King Gilvor Gilgal will be mine. Dragon Pike Rebellion will have its use. Don't worry. I should get to the Rabbit Ice. I'm sure the patrols have died down and begin to pull into the royal steps. Should see Drogash. See as they're looking from left to right. You already made way to the Rabbit Ice an hour ago, Vistar. The Dragon Pike have already been mobilized by you. There is no need for that now. See as Vistar reaches for the weapon.
Oh,
I
what's
wouldn't
going
do
on?
that.
Fucking called it.
See as Vistar holds the handle. Sure enough, the Dragon Pike and the Dragoons, they will be armed and ready, fighting battles in the streets of the city, against the dwarfs that do not surrender, against my duplicates and Erpip's Sibylcrum.
Why would the Dragon Pikes be doing that?
As they were on the order of Vistar an hour ago to mobilize, to commence the plan that Vistar has given them. See as Vistar looks confused. I did no such thing.
Can you prove it? Can either of you prove it?
Can I insight check Star? So I'm just watching him.
Sure.
See if he's being honest.
The star, you've never seen the star lie. They're very stoic, like a true paladin. They don't really hint at sarcasm or any quickness of the words. Blunt, I suppose. You sense their posture is between hostility versus confusion.
Ukar, you made a claim. Do you have any proof of that claim?
What claim do I need to make? I've already told you. The plan is in motion. The next phase has begun.
How are you aware of whatever happened an hour ago?
It was already intended. As soon as we left the ship, it was instructed. My duplicates count to the stars of the sky in the night. I have made preparations for much time. The fortifications of Clan Gilgal will be destroyed and dismantled. Those who do not surrender will be unfortunate casualties. The gates of the Dreaded Keep will be lowered, such as the stone spire. We, if you dare join me, will be free to march our way into the stone throne, where I will take the head of the King Gilvor Gilgal.
To what end?
There has been much history between dwarf and orc in this land. The dwarfs that sailed here thousands of years ago on the Great. When they landed upon the shores, they saw a land that was rich and prosperous. A land that was lived by the native orcs that saw the dwarfs as colonials, to steal the resources for themselves. They fought battles, war against each other, bloodless, ever-ending, bloody battle. You see, what is history not to repeat itself over and over again? And it was all for naught. Even the alliances between them to build the bridges that cross over the mighty river. Dwarvish engineering and masonry, and the strength of orc was not enough to keep them from not fighting each other. It was all for what? Nothing. Eventually a new ruler came, took this land for its own, and the dwarfs retreated for the mountains, and the orcs did the same. I won the orcs by brutality, tradition, disgusting tradition. But brutality is what I needed to unite them together under my rule. The orcs will be brought into the city, liberated, clanless, tribeless. They will be under one banner, that of the people. The dwarves will do the same. Without their royal line, without the king, they will have no one to serve, no reason beyond their own honor. But they are a people outside of their own city, for they are from Ravsha, from the mountains. And they have only come here under the order of their king, and without that king to command them, they will surrender. They will not take arms and rebel after I give them their choice. To join me. Go. That is to what end. No more in Herwick. No more Talthar-sponsored election of Dwarven clan to rule this land. No. This city and this land will be ruled by democracy. True democracy. Elected Council of Stone will oversee this land, independent of Talthar rule. I will instill this with the crown that sits on the head of that king. I will unite dwarf and orc together in a liberated city. Then I will go live my own life, because I despise politics.
Commendable. So, what happens to the dwarves and Beltsar who refuse to go along with your plan?
The dwarves that refuse are free to leave, of course. As is the Silver Dragon. You see, as they lock eyes with you, Costas, I'm not so dissimilar of the abilities of that stone. I know what you were doing, what you saw. You can see, can't you? My duplicates mean your dragon no harm. We are merely paving a path to the king.
Over the mental link, I would like to say to the group, this is no longer any of our business.
The dragon pikes were meant to help you, though. That part I don't understand.
Yeah, why is this an issue? They were always going to help out anyway. If you just want them to hold back, then we'll just tell them to hold back. What's the fuss?
Of course. Dragon pikes are necessary. For one reason only. To show the people of the city that they are to take up arms. Precisely when they need to. That is all.
So then why keep us all in the dark for it? We were all on board for the plan.
You are not necessary for the plan.
Yeah, man, this was our plan. And we did our plan. Any of the rest of this stuff is, well, kind of none of our business,
Exactly.
as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, Vistar, would you mind returning my miss?
What'd you just say? Sorry?
Vistar, would you mind returning my miss?
Yeah. Star looks towards you. Is it out of your inventory, or is it still there?
Yeah, it's out of my inventory.
He lost it while he was sitting here.
The mall?
Yeah, it was small. It was small.
Okay.
But it's really just mace with 2 hands, but yeah.
Let's see.
Star just randomly lost it. Oops.
So Vistar still has it. I refreshed the sheet, so it actually deleted the item.
He lost it.
Dark
It's okay.
Steel Maul of Psychic Attunement.
Yeah, I know.
And Joe, you're right, but there's still one more thing to do here, and that's to make sure Beltsar gets out. Kind of looks.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, first of all, Ukar, since you're here, before you go running off, thanks for your help. We were glad to be part of your party. As far as your politicking here goes, good luck with all that. I hope it works out in your favor. Just because we do have the present conflict of interest with our paladin here, his mom's kind of high up in the all them guys that you want to split from. No problem here whatsoever, but we probably shouldn't get involved just to keep our own noses clean and all that. So, yeah, I think we'll just go talk this dragon down and then get out of your hair.
Yeah, Ukar, I understand your point of view. I think your cause is noble. And as far as rebellions slash like civil wars, which is the closest I could liken this to, this is honestly, I think, relatively well handled. Just
I just won't make a politician out of you yet.
please remember at all times, have a voice on your shoulder arguing for mercy. That's all I ask. But again, from what I've seen, you seem to have that. So I don't mind leaving and trying to get Belsar to leave with me.
Over the link, we'll say, are we prepared for what to do in the event that Belsar refuses to leave?
I mean, yeah, if we have no other options, we can't have him run around the countryside torturing people just because he thinks it needs to.
That's the thing. Belsar is not necessarily a violent dragon who's controlled.
Star looks
I say if
left
he
to
doesn't
right.
want to come with us, we just leave him to his business.
Do not stand for this. Rebellion of the Dragon Pike. They were to await my orders, not someone else's. You may feel that you are not in this, or compelled. Let me make this clear. This one has shown to not be a true ally, but is using you for their own gain. It was never the intention of the rebellion to put an end to the king. It was simply to remove them, to liberate the city.
How are those two different exactly?
That's
This
a bit
dwarfs-
short-sighted.
Have suffered enough. That is why the rebellion has not outright attacked dwarven soldiers. Of course, they were upset, angered, and a great number would be able to be turned to do so. And you have done that. You have turned their hate and their anger. You've now turned them to violence. That is what I stood against.
Well,
The way I see it is you can't make something new unless you're willing to crack a few eggs.
and to simply liberate the city with no follow-up plan would only lead to more violence down the line.
Do not believe that
Star?
the rebellion had any sort of follow-up plan for the removal of the king. The Stone Council still lives.
All right, so let them go on living, I guess. I'm not. Still don't get the disconnect. You're leading an armed rebellion with an army that you raised, and you thought somehow that nobody was gonna get hurt.
The Star, I understand your point of view.
No, silence. You don't understand, clearly. Because you believe that when somebody fights oppression, it means that they are immediately turned to violence.
No,
You
it
are
doesn't.
not who I thought you were. This is what has happened, and what you don't seem to understand. This is a powder keg. Dragon Pike was built from many that have lived inside of the city under the oppression of the dwarfs that have now occupied it. Hate and anger has brewed and stirred. When we were to take up arms against them, we were to use our surmounting might to take the lowest steps, to lay siege, force the dwarfs out, not to fight battles in the streets. It was never the intention. If that was the case, the rebellion of the Dragonpike would have taken up arms months ago. Countless lives would have been lost.
Before I ask you, what do you want us to do? Attack Ukar?
I don't want you to do anything, because you have already done so. I can see from the faces of your party that you have decided to continue your alliance with Ukar. And even worse yet, turning a blind eye to evil that has stirred. And if you cannot see that, towards you, Costas, then you are lost.
Any further involvement from us in the situation would only lead to more bloodshed.
You're asking us to take a side here that does essentially the same thing in two ways. Do you think your siege wouldn't have killed people, and innocent people at that? And Ukar is going to kill people maybe a little more surgically to get the job done. Both of them involve death. And if you can't see that, then you were doing.
See as the star looks left to right. I will not have any more discussion.
All right. Good
It's
luck then.
Convincing those that have already formed their own opinions. It's a troublesome slope.
You are
Your
correct.
actions have already been taken. I can only hope you will find some redemption in your own paths, and you will see the errors in your ways. And I am not the one to convince you of that. You will see firsthand. So be it. I believe I am free to leave. Isn't that right, Ukar? It is, of course, Vistar. Then I will leave. Good luck on your path. And hopefully Belzar has been spared. And you will reach Oren. Some. Starwally?
Well, that was weird.
Yeah. Command was usurped by Ukar. It's understandable frustration.
I mean, yeah, I'm just over the mental link right now to everyone but Ukar. Yeah, I don't want to work with Ukar anymore. Like, he's clearly not trustworthy, like, unless we have to. But, like, again, anything we can do in this situation just makes it worse. Except maybe getting Balthazar out.
Kind of already knew this is how he was going to maybe operate, so it's not like we can put it past him. I think we should honestly go about our ways. It seems like he said, we're not necessary here. He has things handled. I think we should find Belzar. I think that's our priority.
Let's go handle that.
Yep.
Ukar, nothing against your goal. I do find it commendable. I think the people should be free.
And the people
My
will be
opinion.
liberated.
Good. Just want to see this with as less bloodshed as we can. But I understand the casualties. I understand what's going on. I hope we meet at a later time under better circumstances, at least.
was a glorious day.
Also,
This
Ukar,
is done. The army of Orc and Dwarf will rival the scourge of Damodar and surpass the might of the Talthar to Marion combined, I can assure you.
Sweet.
Wishful
nice to
thinking.
have goals.
Good luck with
And-
your dragon.
Enjoy
thanks, man.
retirement.
Joe chatting with the rest of the group as he goes up the stairs. Definitely so Ukar could still hear him. You know, as far as I'm concerned, that king they got upstairs is kind of a dickhole anyway. See how much of an asshole his soldiers have been to everybody around here?
Yeah, I can't even sell armor.
Yeah, what's up with that, man? That guy needs to go.
Anyway, I would like to use a combination of my silver stone and like the vision I've already had to try and figure out where Belsar is.
You want to make a saving throw?
So this is for locating it, which would be. So I need to find the item. Figure out what saving throw that is. Which saving throw? Yeah, I can't find locating it under visions.
Yeah, because
Like,
there is no locate action of the stone. So the
Oh.
stone lists the actions. You have control, bond, infuse, telepathy, and visions. So the visions, you can choose the past, present, or future, and a vision of the dragon will unfold. So you can choose the present, roll a saving throw, and then you're going to get a vision, which is what you were getting a vision of prior to. That's what you chose, right? You can also just form a telepathic connection and try to ask.
The telepathic one does say like you can.
Oh yeah, you can press forward subsequent action
Mhm.
and get a saving throw to know its location or
Yeah,
lair.
so you can penetrate into the dragon's mind that you're trying to friend, if that's the case. I don't know how that's going to help you though. I think that you're better off just trying to form a telepathic communication with the dragon, just simply asking where it's at.
Yeah, okay.
or just telling the dragon where to meet you, right?
Yeah, let's just do telepathy and like say, hey, can we meet up?
Okay. You form a telepathic connection with Beltzar here. It's not fighting you, so there's no need intelligence saving throw to form it. Meet up now. What is going on?
We can explain everything, but it's best done in person. We are in the city, so just
I'll just stop
either we
fighting.
can go to you, or you can come, or we can go somewhere in the middle. Where what do you think's best?
I'm trying to protect those that are attacking, but also protecting those that are defending. It's greatly confusing. And the bond, the voice of Damodar, I do not hear it anymore.
Yes, he has disconnected.
Disconnected?
At least that's what he told us.
How? Why?
Again, we can explain everything later. For now, I really think it's best that we just meet up.
If I leave, then
We can come to you.
they will make way to the king.
We can come to you if that's better. Where are you?
I'm over the keep. They're firing siege weaponry at me. I'm doing what I can to destroy the fortifications without harming anyone.
Okay. Over the cape. Understood. We'll
Tried.
be there shortly.
See, as they're kind of whirling and wisping in the voice. And then the communication is lost.
Okay, they're above the keep. We need to go quick.
Did you tell him to leave?
They were very resistant to that.
Were they? What What did you
They're
actually
trying.
say to? Did you tell him that Damodar's not in control anymore and he doesn't have to fight anybody and he could just go?
You know, he's trying to protect every single person currently living,
Uh-huh.
like in the
Ugh.
city, including the king.
Oh, all right. Let's go collect them.
Yeah. I'd like to summon a Pegasus.
Okay.
In a tunnel again.
I mean, it takes time. So, like, when we're out of the tunnel.
Okay. So again, you're all wanting to take a lot of actions all at once without actually transitioning to different areas. So I'm just kind of like allowing you guys to take your actions and stuff. But if there is specifically where you want to be at, right, in terms of your transition periods, then you kind of need to state a little bit more about where you want to be at. If you don't, I'm just taking this almost in real time as how far and how long it takes for you to get out of where you were. So I am assuming that you're continuing to progress to get out of the dungeon and get out of the underdwelling to emerge back here. But I mean, and again assuming Nimble's automation, right, is where you would kind of come out at. But again, it's up to you in terms of stuff. And as far as information goes, as for the dragon, yeah, I mean, I thought your attention is are you trying to get it to come to you, right? That kind of thing. They think it's a little bit crazy. There's a lot of stuff happening right now. And so when you get out of Nimble's automation, it will help you understand what I narrated for you, what's actually going on. Okay. So I want to be clear. That's what we're doing, right? We're wanting to get out into the open, into the lower steps of the city.
Yeah.
Correct? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's gonna be pure chaos in the streets.
Yep.
So, as you come into Nimble's automation, you can see the destruction that has happened to the facility here is still it's still the same. It has not changed. You could hear commotion that's happening outside. You eventually are able to kind of reach outwards, and as you kind of reach outwards and begin to look around, you're able to represent that there is attacks that are happening, not necessarily in the lower steps. What you overhear and understand is the sounds of commotion are really happening into the upper steps and the royal steps of the city, which is kind of the interior, right? People here in the lower steps would be kind of darting for cover. They'd be kind of clinging inside of their homes, right, trying to get to some place for safety and shelter. And overhead, you can see there are two dragons that are flying overhead, one of which is kind of a little bit larger. They both appear to be brass dragons that are flying overhead, roughly about 120 to about 120, maybe 140 feet into the air, and they're kind of moving in the direction of the keep. And as they're doing that, Ukar is following the same steps. You have to come out the same place, right? Vistar simply just ran ahead and pretty much probably came out right here, but ran ahead of you all. Ukar is going to now basically come behind you guys and to simply walk by, smile as they look up towards Uma and Umi. You see as they hold the stone, their eyes glow with a brass color, and they release it. And they simply begin to march towards that south rampart into the upper steps, ignoring all of you, and they're just trudging on ahead.
So we should follow him, right? Because we're going that same way anyway.
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
When casting a spell, you can move, right?
Yeah, you can move. You said you're summoning a Pegasus.
Yeah.
So I assume that's what you're doing. Are you taking flight with the Pegasus, or are you going to stay with the party and trot alongside them? I mean, are you going to run
probably.
ahead of Ukar?
trot alongside them unless I see something important. It's just
Are we
if I
are
need
we
to.
trying to fly?
Go ahead.
Are we trying to fly in the skies? I'll look to Colossus and ask him. Are we trying to get as fast there before
I just
Ukar?
want to have the ability to be able to fly very quickly if I need to.
How many people can your horse carry?
Maybe 2 if I need to cram. I could do a griffin. I could probably do 3 if I need to cram.
I
If
feel
we
like we're
try,
not
we
gonna
might.
fight. I feel like we're
I-
not gonna fight
Is
anyways.
the Pegasus large?
It's large, that's what I'm saying.
Then
Like
it's
2 if I
just
really
two.
cram.
It's just 2.
So all right, I have a plan. Okay, you can carry somebody. I'll create a bead, and I'll pass it to Kit.
Also, I can fly myself. I don't need the Pegasus, so.
Wait, guys,
Uh,
real quick though, we might get shot at. There's a war going on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we should fly immediately. It's just that, like, if we need to fly, like, very quickly, like if Belsar gets attacked or something, or like, if we need to leave the city at a moment's notice, I want the ability to do that.
I understand. This lasts for a while. This is I'm just stating if we don't want you to be the only one to be able to have mobility and fly if we have to all escape. So Kit, just hold on to this bead.
Kit starts moving the bead toward his mouth,
No,
thinking
no,
it's a good berry.
no,
Chop it
no.
down, baby.
Just put it in your pocket. When the time comes that we need to maybe fly out, just concentrate on the bead and think cast or use magic and it'll work.
You see Kit start patting his legs, looking for pockets, and then realizing, I don't have pockets.
Use
I'll
your person
hold.
pocket.
So between his 2 fingers now, he's just going to hold on to this little bead right in front of him as we start walking. Exactly. Yep, exactly.
I don't know how safe that is. Grab one of my pouches that I have on me, put it, tie a string around it, tie it to Kit's wrist. There you go. Put it in there.
Pocket.
Pouch, but yeah, same thing.
Ouch. All right. I'll
Pouch
put
is
it in the
just
pouch.
pockets without pants.
Yes, portable pocket.
Ah. He'll put the bead inside the portable pocket.
Okay.
Nice. Should I cast it now? It'll last an hour, sure. Why not? I'll summon Ethrin.
Good we?
I mean,
We're
you
in
can
the
fit.
city. There's
Costa,
already a bunch of dragons flying.
I have
Yeah,
a
this might just
question.
make things worse.
If Beltsar refuses to leave and wishes to fight against anybody who is hostile, what would you do?
That's his decision. I will try very hard to convince him not to, but it is his decision.
You would leave him?
Yes.
Very well.
So we are going to kill the dragon.
We're gonna try to tell him to just go away.
Yeah, if that doesn't work, though, we kill.
No, if it doesn't work, we will let it do what it does, and it'll probably end up getting itself killed. Which, yeah, basically means that we'll be killing it.
Are you against? All right. I know this has been brought up, and we've all sort of been thinking it. He is a mind control dragon that's been, subjugated for a while. Are we 100% against forcing him to leave?
If forcing him to leave was an action that like only he could do it in like 10 seconds and it was over and he would never come back, then I would maybe be willing to consider it. But I would have to control him for a relatively long amount of time. And but and I'd have to control him long enough that by the time I was done controlling him, there was no city to come back to, or at least nothing left for him to do back here. That is too long. That I'm not comfortable doing it for that long.
If you leave him here, you understand he's going to kill a lot of people.
And himself.
He's
Possibly.
going to get himself killed. He's not going to kill people. His entire reason he's still fighting is to avoid people getting killed. He's basically running around, like, picking soldiers up as they fall off buildings. He's not killing people. He's not. He's the most
I mean, maybe
non-violent
he's
dragon
saving
in
them
history.
for dragon snacks later on. We don't know that.
He is the most non-violent dragon in history. Why do you think we're trying not to kill him?
I honestly don't know. I just got here 2 days ago.
No, yeah, his entire goal here is to have both sides come out with 0 casualties. He's not going to kill. He probably, if he had to choose between killing someone that's trying to harm him and having himself be killed, he'd probably sacrifice his own life. That's the kind of person we're dealing with. So,
Well,
And this is your dragon, right?
it's the Stone's dragon. Yes.
Yeah. I think you might have some blinders on. I, in my time, and my people's time, have never heard of a dragon who is nice and doesn't want to hurt people.
You know what? We'll see when we get there. They're actively in combat right now. You know what? Actions speak louder than words. We'll see when we get there.
Fair enough.
I'm just saying, if we take a day, he's confused. He just got released, doesn't know what's going on. He's protecting because that's just instinct. If we can't get to him right now, we can't persuade him. Taking a day and having him understand something at a later date, maybe getting to him then, is better than him dying here.
You know what? I'll consider it, but I think that's a decision I'll make in the moment. I can't. I'm not going to make that decision until we talk to him.
No problem.
Okay. So we are pushing on ahead of Ukar, or are we staying with Ukar? What? It wasn't clear there if we're taking to the skies or not. We had a draconic spirit summoned. Is that happening?
No.
No.
Before
Holding off
I
on that.
cast it, yeah, I'm gonna hold off on it.
Okay, but we do have the Pegasus, so you're riding the Pegasus along with the party, following Ukar, or moving on ahead of Ukar?
I'd say if we get as far ahead of Ukar as we can without like riding ahead of the party with the Pegasus.
I mean, yeah, if we want to push on past and see if we can get there first. See if we could get him out of Dodge real quick before Ukar starts
Yeah, because
killing
Ukar
and
doesn't.
slicing and dicing.
Yeah, like Ukar doesn't want to hurt him, but I feel like if he gets in the way, Ukar will.
100%. Yep.
All right, charge ahead then.
Okay, so charging on ahead. So as we move on ahead, Ukar just continues to march, trudge onwards. Doesn't seem to have any sort of phase. You eventually are going to reach the factory district and lower steps, the rampart that leads up. Let me do my best way to describe this to you. Octagonal towers flank with an interior wall between as well as wrapping around. Remember, it's a terraced city, so you have one level, and then another level. Okay, so you're going from the lower to the upper. There's 3 ramparts that come from the lower to the upper. You're using that one that's on the southeast that is going to kind of work itself up. It is literally a cobbled road, a main thoroughfare that is ramped going up, right? So a rampart, right? So it just goes up, and it's going to go through a series of gates, 1 and 2, and the wall sits over it. A little bit shallow height, but enough for, you know, those large automatons move in, or other sorts of wagons and supplies. And you can imagine there's oil that can spill down from you right where you're trapped in there, and there are iron, kind of steel portcullises that kind of slap down into the hard rock of the red stone. The walls themselves are that red stone. The 2 octagonal towers have portholes for cannons that can be extended out. They also have arrow slits, as well as the wall has arrow slits. And it seems that there is commotion that's happening inside of them. The cannons aren't firing at you. And as that begins to kind of transpire, the portcullises are still shut. They have yet to be opened here on this south gate. And as you kind of move on ahead, eventually you see that there is Urpip at one of the top of the right end towers that has a pipe that they light in their mouth. They look down towards you. And then they kind of turn around, and as they turn around, the portcullises both lift at the same time. And
Thank
move on.
you.
Heading into the upper steps. The upper steps is more of the same, which is the lower, but it's not nearly as destroyed. It still shows some signs of destruction. The structures here may usually made of solid or brick stone. They might have other materials of wood and things to aid in the construction of the buildings. And they really it's very small in comparison to the lower steps. You really only have one major road that goes between and some side streets. And there's only one rampart that's actually going to reach to the royal steps from the upper. And so you're going to have to go west now along the main road, or use some of those side roads and the side alleys to begin to head to that central rampart that reaches to the royal steps. The wall designs, as well as that rampart, are all going to be similar. They're octagonal towers, oftentimes in a series, eventually reaching that gatehouse, so to speak, of where that rampart is. While you're doing this, there is going to be pitched battles. There's going to be things happening in the various side streets where dragoons, the actual Dragonpike Rebellion, currently wearing painted yellow and black kind of clothing, which almost mimics Gilgal's cloaks and their colors. They are actually fighting against dwarf soldiers in these like pitched battles where you imagine the dwarf soldiers have retreated under order as they're normally instructed to do. Upon a attack of this to get back to the royal steps to fortify it, they're kind of caught by the dragoons in these pitched battles. Some of them you will also see Ukar. Different clothes and different weaponry than your Ukar, but alas, it is Ukar. And they are currently fighting and moving through some of the dwarfs, and they are always repeating very similar phrasing, same menacing tone of lower your weapons, surrender, do not resist. And it strikes in, I draw a comparison perhaps to, Star Trek, like the Borg, resistance is futile almost in a way. But here you don't really see a more Urpip, right, on the battles. You don't see magic really being cast. Some of the dragoons will have magic, and occasionally there might be a Ruglark mage with the dwarf soldiers, but that's very few and far between here in the actual pitched battles that are being fought. As you reach the rampart here to the upper to the royal, that is going to be open. It is already open. You can see some of bodies that are clinging along the perennials of the wall, suggesting that this wall has already been cleared and these gates have been lifted a while ago. Remember, the motion happened an hour ago that Fastar had given this order.
Yeah.
And so all of this has been going on for quite a long time in the realm of a battle that has been almost like a battle with infiltrators and has opened these gates from the inside and kind of infiltrated into them. It remains to be seen. Ukar goes invisible. Do all the duplicates go invisible, right? And so this might have been a multi-stage plan that was not conveyed to you simply because it's not on a need-to-know basis. The Royal Steps is going to be open. It's going to have gardens and lush land in it. You also have a heat up here that comes from the moat that surrounds the granite keep and the spire. The heat allows for lush vegetation to grow and flourish. A lot of these structures in here are going to be either in the interior of some of the cliff sides or they're going to be out in the open. Red rock pronounced, as well as some clay tiling of the roof. And sometimes there might be some wood materials here, especially for like carts and wagons and other things that stone just doesn't make sense for. There is a lot of fighting happening here in the Royal Steps. There is a lot of kind of squadrons of dragoons that are making way and then fighting pitched battles again here as they begin to almost fight dwarfs that are grouping themselves together in phalanxes and grouping themselves and fighting. There's a couple major structures in the Royal Steps, one of which is like an armory, and that seems to be where some of the soldiers are trying to fall back to. Of course, not really. I don't really care. You want to get to the keep because what you're seeing here is you see a silver dragon that is currently fighting overhead of the keep, and they're almost dodging ballistas that are being fired at them from the wall below. And then if they get low enough, there's actual cannons that are going to kind of fire at them. And so they're kind of dodging and weaving as they do so. And the last you see is they're kind of fleeing from the keep and they're going in the direction of the spire. And the spire is a piece of rock that sits with 2 gatehouses on either side and interior dwellings of houses and a market and a few other things that are there. And it mimics the same thing as all of the royal steps. So it has kind of cliff sides, rocky road or dirt, and it's kind of has this really natural feel, and it's in the moat as well. And so how this works is the southern gatehouse will lower a drawbridge, cross, and then the Granite Keep gatehouse will lower its drawbridge to the northern gatehouse of the spire. So it's a very defensible structure. But right now, both those drawbridges are down. And there are dragoons that are like running across the drawbridge onto the spire. And there's more fighting happening in the walls of the keep. The keep is very small. It's not very big. Second floor actually only consists of 2 large chambers. And so in terms of size, it is going to occupy most of this kind of smallish rock. And it's dwarven in nature and its design. Could have some subterranean levels, mainly, right? Because it's dwarven, like to dig deep down rather than build up. And so you're now just pushing on ahead through all the commotion in the direction of the spire, as if to intersect Beldzar as they're kind of motioning and moving and directing themselves towards the spire and getting out of the volleys of the ballista and out of the siege, as it seems the siege on the spire is not operational in those towers.
Well, there he is.
And that is going to pull us to this scene that we are halting for as we rush on ahead. Do we have a Pegasus summon for you? Don't have a Pegasus summon. You gotta look up a
Pegasus are kind of unique.
What do you want it to look like?
Again,
Rainbow?
just a normal horse with like normal wings, but like just it felt weird that like Pegasus were all like the kind of bastions of purity, so I kind of wanted it to be like
I got white, gray, brown, gray, white, gray, hazel, black,
let's go gray
dark
hazel.
brown, gold. I have blue and I have rainbow.
I think gray hazel's nice. I don't know. I like the idea that the Pegasus is like it's holy, but at the same time it's imperfect. I like it.
You like the hazel one?
Yeah, hazel.
Okay.
I'm gonna have so many summons.
Yeah, indeed. Let me make sure that this is set up correctly here with health bar.
Why does it have a legendary action slot?
All
Can we give it
NPC, all NPCs. That's just all NPC sheets.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, they all
Priscilla
just
doesn't.
yeah, because this is a new kind of thing.
Oh.
Yeah, Priscilla has.
Oh, it's
Priscilla has it too.
Oh, she does.
Yeah,
Shit,
it's just when the updates come through, they push things. I'll actually tell you right now, the NPC sheets are super broken. So you all are very fortunate to be on the PC sheets of Tiny by Me, because the NPC sheets are so broken right now. I'm really hoping for that update so we can go away from those character sheets. Let's pull you here. You here. I gotta make room for the Pegasus on the edge of this map here. I'll have you mount it. Mount it. Mounted. Okay. So why we're here on this map? The reason why we're here is because the spire, as you are witnessing and kind of moving in through the southern gatehouse, you are coming into rapidly on the road as you reach it, is an area where the roads are kind of all coming together and then converging over a bridge, which has a watermill, a blacksmith. This is the actual market of the spire. There's a heat here. You kind of have some humidity right from the heat of the moat billowing up with the cold air above, and then that collects. You don't have to get involved with this if you don't want to. You can actually just hang further back if you're attempting to try to kind of lure Beldzar here. But what ends up happening is there is cannons that are up over here, 2 cannon positions that are firing down on Dragoon forces on the other side of the bridge. And Belzar is going to actually fly by. And as they're flying by, they're actually going to pick off one of the cannons with their talons as they move greater than 200 feet per 6 seconds. Flying downwards, they pick up the cannon, pull up the wings, and they begin to take off with it and like drop it down from a high altitude as it crashes down. Those engineers greatly confused. And so the Belzar is now in the midst of the fight as they're almost trying to stop what is happening here. And it's up to you if you want to get involved with this or not. But laying it out for you, this is what lies in front of you to press further in the spire. And this is where Belzar is now beginning to make a defense for the Dragoons not to have cannon fire upon them.
Anyone got anything that can like help with charisma?
I wish I was all real bad at that.
Like guidance or like something like that?
Yeah, I can give you guidance. That's as much as I can do.
Okay.
I can play a funky song behind you.
I'll
Just
take the
gonna get
funky
his loot
song.
out.
I'll take the...
As you're
You'll be
looking around the
helping me with
corner,
fucking-
cannon fire is going to land as it launches and fires at 2 Dragoon archers that are succumbed to 61 points of bludgeoning damage as the shrapnel of the wagon cascades downwards as it explodes. You see
I crossed this. Come on.
dwarf over here on the edge. A couple of you actually, I think only actually in terms of position, you, Kit, can see a dwarf over here who's going to pull themselves forward into more perspective range, pot-bellied. Head down! Head down! He begins to look towards the archers. What's more to the cannons? What's more? You go that way. He begins to point towards the archers as they're kind of funneling to other defensible positions, one of which clinging here, and this one is going to kind of come over here to the extra of the stairs to get a little bit ducked down positions. And they're going to move forward to this stone brazier that's made of metal as well. They're kind of clutching themselves with the axe of frost and a shield, and the commotion, the fighting is continuing to almost advance itself as the Dragoons and the Dwarvish soldiers are fighting, and more Dwarvish soldiers here beginning to march themselves across the bridge. There is also Ruglark on the other side with quarterstaffs as they begin to cast magic, and there is the bleeding of war rams that are being rallied by a war horn.
Whatever you're gonna do it now, Costas.
Okay, I'm gonna go and try to fly up to Belshazzar, wherever he is, because I think he's like moving around very quickly and I can't see him.
Correct.
Is
You're
he,
in the
like,
low.
somewhere
You're kind of
here?
in the low area with a lot of elevation positions kind of around you. You've now gone in. This is the area you thought Belzar was. You can now see Belzar fly and grab that cannon, and then has now taken off with it and dropped it down. It could be coming around for another swooping pass, but again, don't
yeah,
know.
so
right?
I'm
You
just
don't
going
have
to use my Pegasus to dash kind of 180 feet up and towards the second cannon.
All right. If you're going to get involved with this conflict, then I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Well, up, so I'm trying to fly above the conflict. But yes.
There's mages on the battlefield. You're going to be
Man,
riding on a
stick-
Pegasus flying in the air with your sword up? Yeah, you better be sure those mages are going to be firing spells at you.
Yeah.
Really want to start this, man? See if you can get him to come over here. I'm hanging around with the loot in the middle of a battlefield, man. I don't want people shooting at me.
You don't all have to get involved with this. I'm not saying you got to get involved with it. I'm just saying that if this is what you said you wanted to get to Belzar, Belzar is involved, right? You have to wait for Belzar
Yeah,
to
we are
finish,
luring him out.
or you have to lure him out. You have to either get involved or you have to lure him out because he's going to continue. And this is going to be going on until whatever is going on is finished.
Yeah, we aren't luring him out. We gotta go in.
Just ask him to come over here real quick, man.
Right here.
Before we go
see-
charging in and get shot.
Fine. Belzar, can you come over here quickly? I'm just gonna like yell that because dragons have
Okay.
good hearing.
1 second. There's something super loud outside. I'm just going to check it out real fast.
Yeah, man. Just tell them the location we're at for where
I
we're
mean,
watching
think,
this happening.
I think we're at the point here where we're going to have to decide who we're fighting.
No, I think we're just gonna go straight to Belisar, try and roll some persuasion checks.
All right.
I think you're crazy. You think we're getting through the dwarves without fighting, and then if we do something to help the dwarves, I'm pretty sure all the other people are gonna come after us.
It was that truck
Yeah.
and trailer couldn't drive. It was fucking stalled, so it was sitting there just revving its motor right in the fucking street. So
Nice.
fucking neighbors, man. Okay, I can't break it, man. It's 6 o'clock almost my time. Come on, Saturday night. Someone's sitting there with a giant trailer. It's overloaded. Truck can't pull it. He's fucking can't even get up the hill. All right, I'm done. All right, so what is the plan? Unless you all have some time to discuss it, I suppose.
So I'm going to yell full volume, kind of out. Belsar, over here. We need to talk.
You gonna get?
You're gonna yell.
You got a magic talkie stone in your hand, man. We're trying not to attract attention over here.
Yeah, we're yelling.
Oh my
He's gonna,
god.
the moment he
Alright.
comes over to us, we're attracting attention anyways. It doesn't change anything.
I'm putting the guitar away and the loot away. Get ready to run, everybody.
You see Kit when Costa says that, gets this big smile on his face because he knows a fight's coming.
Great.
The moment Belsar flies over, a fight is going to start anyways. Like it's, or at least like
Be
I know
ready
we're
to
here.
use the pill, use the bead.
At least this way, I don't need to like describe our location. He can hear. Dragons are good hearing. I'm assuming.
So you believe. Hold on here. Let's take a backtrack. You believe that a dragon that moves greater than 200 feet per 6 seconds in its dash, as well as just its normal flight speed, I suppose, if it's in a descent, and it's flying in the air at rapid pace with the commotion of a siege and attacks that are happening all around it and fighting, is going to hear your voice going.
Have you heard Costas yell? I get the feeling he's got a really fucking loud paladin yell.
Do you think Melter's gonna care? I mean, do you think Melter's just gonna be like, Costas moaning loud? Oh. Or you think Melter's gonna come around for another pass of this fucking cannon that's about ready to fire down and kill a bunch more people?
I was thinking I should fly towards the cannon, but they're saying I should try to lure him over. So
You
I'm gonna take
can
a
fly
shot.
towards the cannon if you want. I'm just saying we have to roll initiatives for that.
Yeah,
Because then you're involved in the fight. That's all I'm saying.
yeah. I
And
was
we're
thinking, like,
trying-
I think,
We're trying to
we-
convince you to not do that.
yeah, like I was thinking flying towards the cannon would be the best way, so I'd at least be close to him when that happens.
Well, hopefully you
Just
figure it
give
out
him
because
a-
the cannon's going to fire again. All right. let's see.
Fuck it.
Yeah,
Okay,
whatever,
you know
whatever.
what? I'm just going to telepathy and say we're over here if you want to talk. Because apparently yelling is a bad thing.
Where's over here?
We're over like by the path towards the river. Behind the dragoons.
You're on the spire! You see them yelling outwards. There's
Yeah,
no
we're going to
time!
fly.
No time! You could hear the velocity of the dragon coming down. Eventually, it's swooping back down. It is going to crest itself back onto the battlefield and is going to come down on this secondary cannon here, picking it up, removing it, and then taking flight with it and disappearing. See, as the two engineers that are commanding that begin to trot away, getting out of the range of the dragon, fearing for their lives.
All right.
Man, tell him the battle's over.
Make this simple on yourself. Ask him the question if he's willing to abandon this fight and leave.
Okay, Belsar, you need to leave. This is...
4 rams now enter into the battlefield. Cavalry.
Belsar, this is a battle amongst humanoids. And there will be blood. But that's the way things are. I'm sorry, it's terrible. It's genuinely terrible. But there's nothing you can do about it. It's gonna happen. And you have to go forward. You have to do what you can to try to be as useful as you can somewhere else. You can't help here, but you can help. You can help down the road. I'm sorry, but they are dead set on doing this. You may be a
See as
dragon, but you
Bellatar
cannot
swoops
stop an
down,
army.
begins to fly directly for you as it begins to land, crashing down to the ground. It looks and stares at all of you. Lands. 40 to 50 foot long dragon. As it crushes itself, blows back, picks itself up with the wings as it folds itself and looks directly towards you. I am Belzar. I am son of Horan. I was taught in the ways of the law to protect humans and all creatures. Enslaved I was to Damodar, but no longer. My bond has been broken. I don't want to be here. I want to leave, but I cannot. I do not know what is happening. It must be stopped.
You
Don't-
can't.
You can't protect them from themselves.
This is already done. They already won. There's a couple people here that are still fighting. The whole city's already been taken, man. They're all just gonna chill out now. You don't have to fight. Nobody's making you fight. You can just go kick your heels up in a river or something. I don't know. Enjoy some peace for once in your life, man. Stop fighting.
Foolish that is to believe that an action will no consequence or bearing. Horan
Also,
took in action the steps that were taken that led to the enslavement of themselves and later me. It was
Horan is safe.
that brought me Felgum. It was Horan that let Erithun push me against the dirt and the grass. For Damodar to use their magic on me. Horan did nothing to stop it. Horan, they had their lair to protect them. I have nothing. I had nothing.
You have us now. Come with us. Damodar's released you. We have the stone. There's nothing. Just. There's nothing you can do here. You're just elongating this whole conflict as you're getting. The more you get involved, the more this whole process drags out. But it will happen. It will. There's 2 other dragons already fighting. Do you think you can take on 2 other dragons? Do you think you could take on Ukar? Have you seen Ukar? That guy's a badass. Now then, I'm just saying.
That all of the orc that I see fighting. The duplicates. This is Ukar.
Yes, it's his duplicates.
It commands power such as that is.
Yeah, he's terrifying. Genuinely terrifying. Now then, all you can
King.
do here is prolong the inevitable. But if you come with us, or you don't even have to come with us, if you just leave, you can go make a difference somewhere else. You can go save a village. You can go save some crops. Just whatever. Just go.
I am saving a city right now.
You're prolonging its slow, inevitable switching of power. You're
I'm
not
not
doing it.
saving this city. I'm saving Ravsha.
Can I do it? Can I just see if Costas knows who that is?
It's common knowledge to most people in this land. Ravsha is the city of Clan Gilgal.
You were. Clan Gilgal took its reign using force. They are being deposed using force. This happens. It is terrible that people die in the process, and we can try to mitigate it as much as we can. But it happens, and all you're doing here is you're just making it last longer. Just please.
Looks
I think what he's
towards
trying
you.
to say is by you doing this, you're actually prolonging this, causing more death than you think you are saving right now.
Yeah, it's.
The might of my wings has made many surrender. I am saving life. Ravsha, the city of Clan Gilgal. Damodar used it to make King Gilvor Gilgal march their army and take the city, occupy it. Damodar is the one who leveraged Clan Stonefist who attacked their gold mines. The force of my immortal being made the king bend the knee and do what was required to save their people. Clan Stonefist holds many hostages. They have taken Rapture, and if the king does not follow orders, then those lives will be forfeit.
Where are the hostages?
They are in a dwarven city known as Rapture. Word will be spread that the attack has occurred. They will be hearing what has happened here. If the king is harmed and is killed, then there is no reason to keep those hostages alive. And they
Then
are
that's
dead.
the goal now. We go there. Why are we here? We go to Raft Show. We save the hostages. That's what we should be doing. We don't. Why are we trying to stop a siege when we should be saving when we could be saving hostages? That's a lot less political. That's
Looks towards you. We are spotted. If they see any sort of threat coming their way, the hostages will be put to death. The city will
We
be
can cha-
lost.
Can't you change into like a spider or something? Like
Looks towards you. The actions of what have happened here have already been going. You have just said so. That all of what is happening here is already going on.
yeah.
Do you not realize the fortifications of many of the dwarfs lie outside of the city? They will send word back. And Stonefist, messengers in the ranks of the Gilgal, they will send word back what has happened here. They will not stay in the city waiting for us to return to defend them. They will simply kill and then delve themselves back into the dark abyss. And the city will be lost, and all those people will be dead.
That's the thing. This king you're protecting, he's not a moral person. He's gonna die either way. The truth is, you're not even capable of protecting him.
The
But
king
if you go save
Gilgal stood by their people. That is why they marched their army out to try to save the lives of their family. Hostages have include their family. It includes a number of noble houses.
they do.
They are the last remaining dwarf people of this place that have not been ruined by the actions of me. I must try to save them.
Wait
I
a
may
minute.
have a solution.
Let me be. So the king's family was taken prisoner.
The king's family and more.
Yeah,
Jay just slowly eating. It's
we're
getting
going to need to
juicy
hear that
in here.
suggestion because I am now suddenly a lot more supportive of saving this king.
I could possibly use Jeffrey's gift to find the location of the hostages. And recently, well, think I might be capable of teleporting us there.
That's pretty good. So we grab the king, teleport to the hostages, grab them, and leave. That sounds a lot better, doesn't it?
So out of character, this plan requires a lot of things to be right. You are assuming that all the hostages are in one place. Not only that, but you're assuming that you are able to scry or see where the hostages are. You will need to know the location of where you need to teleport into. Right. So there's a number of things. Thirdly, there's nothing saying that if you get to one hostage that they don't decide to kill the rest of them and begin to flee down into the gold mine, into the dark abyss. We also know who Clan Stonefist is. Do you may remember what they are?
Drugar?
They are Grey Dwarfs. We encountered a prince, Clan Stonefist, did we not?
Yeah.
Not very nice fellows.
Not very nice people. Not indeed. Grey Dwarfs have been battling with dwarfs for a long time. They've been after the spoils of their mines and trying to steal a lot of that. They've been given power, perhaps, from Damodar, or maybe just allowed to have retribution against them. This could be very advantageous for Clan Stonefist just to kill these hostages, with or without your actions, or whatever is happening here.
Well, I mean,
Regardless of what's going on.
saving 1 or 2 hostages is better than saving none.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth a shot.
Do we really want to get involved
And
in
so
the
now,
politics here, though?
I'm wondering. I'm curious as to why we're fighting against Belzar for trying to save the lives of these people. When you're saying they're going to die anyways, there's only you're saving a handful of them, or you're leading to more loss of life. But yet we're going to draw the line and say no. At least we could save 2 hostages, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like here, he's just extending. Like these, this is a city that's being attacked. Like, but these are hostages. Like we can teleport in. Like they're going to be murdered. We can actually do something there. This is
what
just,
is real
think it could
right
stop
now.
siege?
What is real right now is this is happening, and what Belzar is doing is destroying siege weaponry that could lead to massive casualties and loss of life, irreparable loss of life. Okay, you hit by a cannonball, you're not gonna just be brought back to life. Okay, that's not gonna happen.
Tis but a flesh wound.
Tis but a
Tis but a
flesh
flesh
wound.
wound.
Yeah,
That's
these
what
are really
Belzar is
fine
doing.
special
Belzar is
forces.
destroying the siege weaponry, the cannons and the ballistas and the trebs. They're trying to also scare them with their presence, right? And try to frighten them to surrender, right? It's not so dissimilar from the Ugwar's duplicates, I suppose. But the difference with this, they're not killing people that decide not to surrender. They're simply just gonna kind of leave them alone and continue to do what they're doing. They're doing this because they're trying in their mind, trying to not freak out, right? They're freaking out. Belzar is freaking out right now because they realize that this whole thing is going to cause the hostages to die. And they can't do anything about it to save those people there. But there's also another thing here that Belzar is freaking out about. And that's because all of the dwarfs and their cities have been destroyed because of him. And now there's a potential that another king who leads their people is going to die. And more dwarfs are going to be made into refugees. They're not going to have a home to go to or a leader, right? The very least a leader. That's what Belzar is freaking out about right now. And so I think Belzar, and me as a DM, I'm rightfully confused because we didn't want to get involved with this fight. We now have Belzar landing, telling you that the shit is bad, man. Shit's real bad. I think you all got to figure out what you got to figure out exactly what it is you all want to do here. I think you got to really feel it out because morality, we're all over the place. We're topsy-turvy. I think I'm with Mikey going, just get the fuck out of here, man. I think you guys are so confused about what to do morally. I think at this point we just cocoon ourselves. We say the dragon, come on, baby, let's go. And if you ain't go, then no. But remember though, if you want the dragon to go with you, the dragon seems to be rightfully inclined to try to save people from the siege, but also rightfully inclined to try to save the life of the king.
That's where I think we're trying to decide how do we get this dragon to come with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's RP this out real quick, then make the decisions in real time.
Okay.
So,
Dustin stepped away. Stepped away.
Okay.
I think we need a break. I think it's good if we take a break, let some things digest. We'll come back to it. We'll definitely role play it. The stuff that's happening behind them, I'm gonna change some things up because while we're having the conversation here, seconds are passing by in the fight that's happening here. So I'm gonna be changing some things of the board during the break. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break, collect your thoughts. And things. I'll stay here to answer questions. I'll get some water and I'll come back and answer questions. Watching, streaming this much, really appreciate it. We're going to come back at 6:11 p.m. PST. Thanks so much and see you in a bit.
in the current situation,
Keep
I don't
going,
think it's
keep going.
necessary. Commanding him to leave is the thing is that like Ukar doesn't want him dead. Belsar is trying to involve himself, but not that much. I think Belsar is capable of protecting himself to a sure enough degree. He might even survive if we were to leave him here. Like, he might barely survive. Like, Ukar might beat the shit out of him, and then he might fly away. But he will. I think there's a good chance that he'd end up surviving.
He will
I was gonna
fight.
ask,
to-
what does it
Go ahead.
matter if Belsar dies?
Because he's one of the very few chill dragons. You know, chill dragons
It's
are
up
hard to
to
come
him
by.
though.
So.
I'm
I mean-
talking about in like outside of you and your relationship with him from counseling sessions, grand scheme of things, what is it? And this is a new to the group question, right? Because I haven't been here for that many sessions. Like, does it really? If we do leave on Dirty Joe's, thought there, which would work, what does it matter? Do we lose anything? Does the world lose anything? Does this not help us in the fight against Damodar and everything else? Like, I mean, I don't just tossing that out there as a thought. Like, what does it really matter other than relationship?
I mean, to a certain degree, he's a very powerful ally. Like, he's, again, it's a dragon and they want to do good. Like, that's not exactly, again, like, it's like how we had Eldon come with us right now. Like, imagine it's just like, dang, there's a city being attacked by Damodar. Let's go over there. Is Spelsar in the area? Yeah, he is. Cool. Let's call him over to help. Like, we can do shit like that. But beyond that, you're right. Like, he is kind of just another life in the grand scheme of things. Also, I mean,
You sound so dejected to say that.
I know, right?
And hear it.
He's just some dude. He's just a dude.
Look, if you want to save the life of the dragon, which is basically what Damodar had said. This is echoing now. So Damodar, there was one of the things he said: you got a dragon to save, right? It echoes because if you are intent on saving the dragon, it not just requires apparently the breaking of the bond, but also requires to move them away from here. How do you get them away from here? How do you stop what's happening here? Right? You can't stop what's happening here, but you can suffice some of the needs that Belzer has presented. One of which is saving the life of the king. Simply put, getting the king to safety, figuring out how you maybe stopping Ukar, right, from killing the king somehow, right? But what Dustin is making a point of is saying, well, if we save Belzar, then does that mean we make an enemy of Ukar and we lose out on an ally, right? Is Belzar a more powerful ally than Ukar is, right, in our ambitions or what we intend to do? That's kind of where you look, I suppose, at it in a more of a grand scheme effect of the overall, where we're going to be at 15 sessions later, right? Are we going to want Belzar on our side, or are we going to want to have Ukar on our side, right? One side of that, Belzar has information that could be useful. The other side has information that could also be useful. The other side will be on your side, will be allied to you if you are to save the life of somebody. The other one would be on your side if you allow someone to die. So that's the difference, I suppose. I won't put value to their line because you're gonna, that's your subjective view, right? You're gonna see the value of them as Costas is gonna look Belzar as this really invaluable thing. You're gonna think the value of Belzar is absolutely crazy. Lucas is also going to see Belzar's value is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, dude.
Right, and we have to think about the certainty, right? It's a certain fact. If we save the king, Belzar will live, right? We can say that for certainty. If we're able to get there and save the king right now, Belzar is going to live. Right? We have a jump on the gun right now. Ukar technically is not here. Their duplicates right now are taking it out. Might take some work, but that's very. And you also have teleportation available now as a party. So you maybe even could just scry in and then get yourselves into the throne room and just bam, get right out if you fly out if you need to. Again, I'm just making up things. You talked about the hostage thing. I'm just grand scheme of stuff, I suppose. So y'all got to come to a decision. And I don't know if you need some more time, but again, it has to be together. We have to figure out something. Either we're leaving, we're staying, we're fighting who, that kind of thing. Let's go.
I don't know. I think Belsar is a lot more trustworthy. Like we've already seen that Ukar is not reliable as an ally.
On the
And
contrary, he helped us out to the letter.
Yeah. He did exactly what he was going to say. He just didn't inform us about what the rest of his. Remember, he was doing this without us. Once again, he was coming here without us, going to kill the Tinkerer without us, and going to do this without us.
I'm just saying, next time maybe we'll be Vistar. Like Vistar got
Dude, no,
fucking
like
shafted.
this. We were coming
Okay,
on.
that
to
is a
this
fair
thing.
point.
He told us from the get-go that we didn't have all the information, that we knew exactly as how much we needed to know, and the rest of it was his shtick, which is fine. He was completely honorable from
I'm
start
just
to
saying-
finish with us.
He seems like he's gonna try to work like with his allies as long as it benefits him. The moment we have conflicting opinions, he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, sure, we can work something out." Then he's gonna send you straight to a suicide mission. That's what it's gonna.
That's how it all works, man.
That's how all alliances work.
That's the thing. Belisar is like trustworthy to an unreasonable degree. I don't know.
Belisar
Maybe
is half nuts right now, and you never know when he's going to fly off the handle. We have no reason to expect that he'll back us up from start to finish if we just ask him to, like, hey, by the way, you want to lay siege to this mountain real quick.
And
He might freak out and
fucking-
spaz out about a sheep that's about to be burned. Be like, no, I gotta go save it. Bye.
From the way Michael described him, he's one. He's look, from the way Michael described him, he's one step away from a mental breakdown right now. Okay, like
Ukar
and if
for
he-
his like own benefit won't lay siege to this city anyway. Sorry, I'm interrupting. It's just. Ugh.
No, there's a lot of stuff. Another way to look at this: we are not kingmakers. We are not politicians. We are here to stop the universe-ending threat of magical time wizards and congruences and stuff like that. Who's sitting on a throne or not in some dwarven kingdom is none of our business.
Exactly, I agree with you. That's why I think we try to save the hostages. We try to convince them, let's save the
But
hostages.
that's the same thing though. That's getting involved. That's what basically it is. Because if you get involved and you save those hostages, and Ukar sees the family line alive and sees them as a threat to then surmounting their power and authority, then Ukar could turn against all of you again. And that's alliances, right? So alliances can turn, they can twist, right? That sort of thing. It's not saying that will happen. I'm not going to say that will happen. I'm just saying that is a possibility, which is also the same possibility of simply just controlling the dragon and trying to get the dragon out of here in harm's way to control them, and then just burning the bridge of the alliance. And just saying, well, we had to control you to get out of here. So sorry, the king's dead, right? But now your life is spared. You're still not going to, the Beldar are still not going to side with you, right? Unless you continue to control Beldar, and you're no different than Damodar.
Good point.
That's like the worst possible thing you could do right now.
Right? But that's the thing. You have tried to convince. Beldar is in a frantic state of mind. Beldar it cannot be convinced at this point. There's so many things happening. Beldar is going to stay here and try to continue to defeat the fortifications of the dwarfs, the siege weaponry, and pressing into the throne chamber. Beldar very well might just fly into there and try to stop whatever's happening to the king.
I say we try to convince Belsar to come help with us to save hostages. We find the hostages. We say, okay, what you do from now on, none of our business, but we suggest you don't fight Ukar and either bend the knee or get out of his way.
I think
I'm
even
just
that
going to
is
toss.
much.
I'm just going to toss this out there. I'm kind of a dirty Joe on this one right now. At this point, to me, it was either kill Ukar and Urpip, all right, and try to stop this whole thing from that side, and then we can deal with the dwarfs after that, or it was leave. And I'd rather have Ukar and Urpip as allies in the future than the dragon. That's my take on it.
I don't know.
I know that's a shitty thing to say, but that's
We could split the party.
we could.
We could.
We could abandon the party right now, man. Start re-rolling some fucking characters.
Yeah, I'm ready to re-roll. I will re-roll over this fucking dragon.
Costas is gonna Lucas is gonna Lucas is gonna re-roll Cosmos Morning Light. He's gonna stay my builds on his side and defend.
Dude,
I re-rolled Zell over Dragon
That's
Egg.
fine.
I'll re-roll Costas over Dragon.
That's choice. Again, I'm saying if we don't come to a unanimous decision, people aren't comfortable with what the decision is, very well might lead to that. I'm just a purveyor of what is happening here. Just be mindful of time, right? So we're at the 6:30 mark. We only have an hour and a half left of the session today. We've gotten from literally just we were traveling across the street. We traveled across the city to here, and then we stopped. We've been debating for a long time. So if this decision is that complicated for a great number of you here, we might just need to call it. Take some time to think about what's going on before you act. But it's got to happen in the next 10 minutes. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, I'm siding with Kit and Joe. If we can't get Belzar here, look, I'm all for saving dragons. I think I advocate a lot for them. My thing was freeing him, free his mind, make sure he has his own type of will, make sure that he has the decision, like he has the opportunity to make his own decisions and go about that his own way. I get Costas wanting to, I get you wanting to fulfill your oath or whatnot. We have a different priority, different mission. Just like Joe said, we have to fight a lot of harder and stronger enemies than what's going on here.
I mean, if we save the hostages, we'll be fighting Servants of Damodar. So I guess out of our way.
But
If we save hostages, we fight Ukar later down the line. That's a possibility. We have a possibility of both now burning a bridge that we have created, creating enemies who know us more, and then having to either come to this decision later on. So that's something that we should just avoid now.
See though, and you're forgetting one of your options here. You have 3 options, right? I know you want to save the hostages and help out. You can also force the dragon to leave.
Which is, I was just gonna say, like, if that was like the last one, you could force him to be a willing teleport person. Or get out of here, Yep. And then you can free them again. And you know what? Hey, at least they're alive.
I'll also throw it out here. If we want to split right now, and if Costas and anybody else wants to go free hostages or do whatever else, and we just leave, that's fine. I would love to see how this unfolds over the next hour and a half. If that's what you really want to do, that's a valid choice. You're free to do it. I think it's a cool adventure. If you think Costas would absolutely not abandon him or these hostages, that's true to your character.
I mean, like, I was ready to abandon him at the start with the reasoning he's given. I don't want to abandon him. Like, fuck.
Then force him to leave.
If it was just I was like that, like he's wanted to save these people because they're just people in front of him that he's wanting to save, I'd be like, that's naive. You can't save everyone.
If it's like he's doing your oath, man. He's trying to redeem himself.
Yeah, he's basically doing my oath. Like I can't just leave him. Like,
he's trying to redeem himself and to save the dwarven people, basically.
He's doing his oath in the most Costas way possible. It's not just a redemption paladin. It's a Costas redemption paladin. I cannot leave him.
Okay. Are we down to split then?
I mean, for Kit, with the army background and everything, if one party member stays, he's staying.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Because I was gonna say, Dustin, I don't think your character would probably leave Costas if Costas was still in the battle.
He doesn't agree with it and thinks it's the dumbest shit we could ever do. But you have an option here that you haven't even considered, which is force him to leave.
I'm not gonna mind control the dragon.
Then we're at then if you're staying, I'm staying. So
Oh my god.
Joe's leaving. That's been constant throughout the whole campaign. Joe does not get involved with highfalutin politics. He does not like politicians. He doesn't like kings. This is none of his business. He's out.
Fair.
Yeah, I don't know if I can leave Costas either, though.
Yep. Israel's staying if Costa's staying.
Yeah. Oh,
Ooh, now I have a sticky choice. The tables have turned.
So, Dirty Joe,
Oh.
I'll toss this out to you. And this was kind of right when I came in the party.
I'm so sorry.
We-
I just
we-
want man stood.
We came here to do this to get revenge for a couple of previous party members, correct?
To get revenge?
What wasn't it to get revenge for a couple of
Tinker, yeah.
the
Or-
Tinker?
Against the Tinker.
or-
Yeah.
Yeah. You traveled this far and fought that big of a creature, big of a threat for the sake of bonds you had built with the party. Does your bond with Costas go further than your unwillingness to dabble in politics?
Probably not. Hmm. Hmm. No, I had that reversed in my mind. Just replayed what you said. Just replayed it, and I was like, "Wait a second, no, scratch that, reverse it."
I was like, "Damn, he really is leaving."
Like a shot in the heart. Wow.
Joe really does not want to do this.
I'm so sorry, Joe.
Join the club. I don't
Yeah.
either.
yeah.
And Costas and I are going to have some words afterwards.
Yeah, we will. I will apologize to all of you later.
Oh
but I am
no,
doing this.
apology is not going to suffice.
Yeah.
Probably not accept. Oh, all right. So let's RP real quick then. Just drive this point home, guys. All right. If you all really, really want to do this, and I think it's a really, really bad idea for all the various reasons we've all discussed already, I'm not going to help you with the king situation. If we want to go save some hostages, which sounds nice on the face of it, except for all the other sticky implications, fine, hostages shouldn't be taken. It's a shit move. I'm fine helping them, but I'm not going to play kingmaker. If that's really what's going to happen, if that's what you guys are going to go do, I am going to have to walk away right now.
And Kid will stop right there. And he'll do this like Costas can't see it. It's not all of us that want to do it. We're just staying loyal to the party.
I thank you for. Well, I thank all of you for standing by me.
And you're going to see kind of a rage in Kit's eyes. You're going to do a lot more than thank the party for not looking at all the choices that are on the board.
Yeah. I get
and
a feeling
choosing
that's
more
the case.
wisely.
Yeah. I do get a feeling that's the case. So Belthar, how do you feel about going and saving some hostages?
So as you're beginning to ask Belzar,
Here we go.
okay, after time has surpassed here, you have the fight that has been ongoing upon the spire. Belzar is going to turn away from you because of the ongoing conflict behind them. And they are going to begin to pull themselves towards that conflict as if to stop it from happening. So they're going to flutter themselves and fly and land down. They begin to let a large roar up into the air to try to frighten a number of people with their frightful presence. You'll have 6 seconds to decide what you want to do.
Let's go.
2.
That happens. I'm already running up behind them.
Okay.
I'm so
Yeah.
gonna regret this.
Taking the
Mhm.
Pegasus and getting behind him.
Here we go.
Can we take actions or no? We're just
No
moving?
actions. You can do some movement if you
Okay.
wish, but no actions.
Okay.
All right. Once you've got kind of moved forward, go ahead and roll your initiatives.
Oh, that's the Pegasus.
D8s though cost us. I rolled a D10.
You want to tell me you rolled a 1, but now you want me to take the 6 there?
I missed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I
It's all right.
accidentally rolled from the Pegasus. Should you get rid of that? Or like,
I'll
just-
take the 6. I'll add the 3 to Costas. Bring it. Why it's so high initiative? That's crazy. 25. And then I'll remove the Pegasus from the turn tracker.
So I'm assuming we're trying to teleport, and I'm going to hold on to that thought. I don't think we should fight. I think we should still try to teleport out. I'm going to move up as much as I can towards not much as much. Try to get around everybody. Yeah, I'm just gonna. I ain't gonna do much. I'm gonna hold an action. I'm gonna hold the dodge action. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm gonna wait for everybody to clump together to teleport out. That'll be my turn.
Oh, sorry. I accidentally hit a button. Costas.
Yeah. Could I like push my initiative down the line a bit to like behind, I guess, drill or something?
It's your show, man. You don't want to go?
Because I know they have the divination. Michael,
What's up?
could I push
want-
my initiative, or do I
You
have
want to push your initiative after Israel?
Yeah, after Israel.
Okay. Wow. $20.0. All right, Istral?
Okay, so we know the hostages are being held by the Stone Fist, right? Okay. I'm think about how to phrase it. So we'll close our eyes, activate the gift. And let's go with seek to understand the location of the hostages held by the Stone Fist.
Okay. Requires 1 minute.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Okay. So you're going to sit there and continue to use your gift for the minute?
That's what our plan is.
Okay. Costas?
Okay, I'd like to ready an action. If anyone attacks a party member, I'm going to attack them.
Okay.
And turn.
Baldar is going to move forward and is going to look towards the dwarf soldier here. Is going to use a claw strike, non-lethal, on top of the dwarvish soldier. Knock him into the ground, not smush him. Just take the claw and kind of hit him down into the ground to bash him a little bit. And then you're going to grab their mouth. Continue to push forward. Looking at another dwarvish soldier. Going to bite in them. Continuing non-lethal attacks. Try to knock out as many soldiers as possible. Hit.
All right. I would like to rage. How do I exactly do that? The bonus action, right?
Yep, bonus
Since
action.
I don't have any I don't have. Oh, yeah, I don't have any bonus actions. That's why. Not that I can see.
In your feature tab, you should find the rage. I don't think your hotbar is set up. So.
Okay. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, I was looking on the hot bar.
Yeah, we never set up your hotbar just because.
All good.
I'd have to log in and do stuff with that at the time. Rage up. Okay.
All good. I'm going to run forward here and tackle, knocking him to the ground. Oh, I can't. Why can't I target that guy? Because he's under the wing.
No, you should be able to still target.
Oh, there we go. I was zoomed too far out. I'm going to go ahead and tackle that guy. I'm not trying to hurt him or anything. Just want to tackle him, put him on the ground, kind of, do the same thing I'm seeing the dragon do, essentially.
Okay, are you gonna do non-lethal damage with your weapon, or are you trying to like grapple them?
I'll do non-lethal with a weapon. It's fine. That
Okay.
works. I don't want to grapple him. Because I want to be able to move on once I knock him out or knock him on the ground.
Okay, so you're taking like the back end of your weapon to kind of
Yeah,
swing
that's fine.
around. Okay. 14 will be a miss.
I'm going to try one more time on the backswing. So I envision I swung with a great sword, missed, and then I'm going to come back with the backswing here. And let me do this first, though. Effects. Don't need that.
All right, 26 is going to hit. I'll discredit the radiant damage. If you don't want the radiant damage to be applied.
Nah, I just want to knock him out.
Okay. That is going to knock him unconscious.
And I'll move up, standing over his body so nothing can happen to him, in front of the horse and everybody.
Okay.
All good.
See a commander dwarf here. Kid, as you charge forward, seeing the dragon, push forward. For your king! Defend! For your king! Begins to raise upwards. Goes in for 2 attacks, the battle axe. 10, 17. Ready, Joe, you're up.
Okay, I am going to... Is it Alt or Control to target multiple?
Shift T.
Shift T. I'm just gonna let loose a volley on these two over here in the back.
Okay. So arrows can't be non-lethal, so these will be direct shots. 24 will hit. The 12 will not. 13 damage.
Oof. Okay, gonna untarget that guy. So I did not realize that they were that squishy. And I'm gonna shoot some other guys.
21 hits.
Hopefully not kill
You do
them.
12, and 20 hits, you do 13.
All right. And then. Hold on a second. Oh, those are other guys. I'm just going to scooch up right behind the dragon. And then shout, "Lay down your arms! We don't want to kill you! There's a dragon here!"
One's going to come running up, swing towards Belzar. It's going to hit them. Deals 5 points of slashing damage to the dragon. Jumping to the talon. Comes down. Legendary Taken Tail Strike on the same dwarf soldier, taking the tail strike landing. War Ram comes through. Is going to look at the direction of the dragon for a ram. 15 is a miss. Now come to a mage. Mage begins to cast an invocation. This is going to be a fireball. Fireball intent to land on the dragon. You all caught up in the effect of this as the fireball comes through. The fireball is aimed at the dragon to land at the back end of the dragon, and you are going to be impacted by this. I need deck saves. It looks like it didn't auto-target for me here, so I'm going to need a deck save from Othala. You can do so at advantage. Costas, Pegasus, and Dirty Joe. Oh, even the Pegasus succeeded. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright,
Hey,
so Dirty
great.
Joe, you have resistance as well. You're only going to take 6 points of fire damage there. Othal, you succeeded. You do not have fire resistance, so you'll take 12 points of fire damage as the fireball erupts from the sea, just explodes in front of you. I think you're outside of the counterspell range there.
Yeah, I checked. It was 90 feet.
Yeah. The Costas Morning Light, you don't have fire resistance, you save, so you'll take 12. And the Pegasus does not have fire resistance, and they've succeeded, they'll take 12 points of fire damage as well. The dragon actually failed with a 10, so it takes the full blunt of the fireball as it lands to the backside there from the Blue Clark Mage that ignited that. More fighting is just happening between the forces here as they're continuing to clash against each other. There are some engineers that are firing off crossbows across from the river in the direction of some of the archers, as well as the forces of the dragoons. And the dragon is having attacks made against them, particularly from multiple targets. Now, the Throphos are kind of turning. They have lances here, so they're actually going to be attempting to strike in to the dragon with those lances. As they begin to funnel around, they're getting closer to the dragon, swinging their battle axes. Lots of misses here. Tell you what. I mean, honestly, I'm really surprised y'all want to get involved with this. Want to save
Yeah.
the dragon's
Oh,
life.
once again,
Yeah, we wanted to get involved with
we
this. Yeah.
didn't.
Costas, how do you feel your party? Stand on the side.
I think this is one of Costas' top 10 fuck ups, but he had to have his paladin moment.
He
Oh my
sure
God,
did.
Another one.
Another fireball.
Fuck! How many
This one
spell
did.
slots
Looks
is
like
this
it targeted, so go ahead and roll from the stat block there at the bottom right.
Apparently, I'm not in the area of the fireball.
Yeah, this one was targeted a little bit more to the left, so you won't be affected by that. Looks like the dragon has failed, takes 25. The Pegasus has failed as well. We'll take 25. Dirty Joe, you've succeeded, resisting, and then Othal, you've succeeded as well. 25 was the total amount there.
Okay, we need to start actually beating the shit out of these guys.
Natural 20. Let's do it.
Let's go. Unknown NPC.
Strike towards the War Ram here. Gets 11 points of damage there. Now come to the Dwarf. The dragon! It is with us! Stand united! Natural 20. Ah! We'll take back this city! Ah! Kills another one, continues pushing back. Belta! Friend, not fool! Guide us! What's all you're up?
Okay, is this river like a moat? Is it a moat area like over here? I mean,
This is just a river,
like a
and
dam?
that is a dam with a watermill.
Okay. And on the lower side, on this side, does it look like it flows down towards open water, or?
Yeah, it's going to flow down to the boat.
Okay. So I'm going to step a little bit further, look under Belzar's wing, then cast out to this mage over here, Vortex Warp. So hard not trying to kill these people. Gonna Vortex Warp him over here into the river area.
Okay, they failed. You can click where you want them.
Yeah.
Should anyways do it.
I think I clicked out of it.
Oh, you did? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
You want them like down there?
Yeah, where the flowing water is, like wherever the water's rushing out.
Okay.
Then with that, I'm just going to... Yeah, I'm just going to stay back here.
Okay.
Get out of the fireball range. And yeah, end turn.
Okay, ending turn. Ram is going to come in for a ram. 19 is a miss there. Mistral,
Is he
you're up
within
next.
5? Is he within 5 feet of me, Michael?
Yep.
That was the ram making the attack, though, right? Not the guy
Yep.
on top.
The ram.
Okay, I don't want to do anything to the ram then.
Okay. Istral.
We're just continuing to focus. Yep.
Okay.
12 seconds into the minute.
Yep.
Tassus.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna fly up, like above, like everything like that's going on. Probably like a little bit. Like I'll move. So like probably like over here, and probably like solid 20 feet, 20, 30 feet up, just like everyone can see me. Then I'm gonna try to get to like everybody, like that's currently fighting, and just tell them, like, kind of just make a persuasion check. Just lay down your weapons. Just those who stop fighting, we will leave alone. Just like basically just trying to get like a just general surrender, kind of AoE surrender.
Okay. Just kind of yell out and see, get him to surrender. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Do I need to make a persuasion check? Or like...
Nope. I need no check from you.
You just did the same thing the dragon tried to do without success.
I mean, I figure like a doing it on top of the dragon might help. Generally, this has worked before.
You guys are about to see a real rage come through here. Let me tell you. After Dirty Joe killed some folks.
Okay, well, I
No,
guess
he
I use my
didn't.
action for that, so that's end turn.
No, he did.
How dare you?
Okay, as you end your turn, Ukar is going to appear on the battlefield.
Oh, God, here we go.
Well, we're attacking the right people right now, though. At least.
Yeah, let's just pretend like nothing bad is happening.
There's nothing to see here.
Hopefully we'll get
Ugar,
away with it.
the keep's that way. You came the wrong direction.
How much you want to bet he was listening to the entire goddamn conversation?
Oh, 100%. He's probably invisible right next to us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
Oh, apparently the saving throw wasn't actually put into that. That's unfortunate. Oh, no. And now the effect isn't put into it. I have to click all of them. Oh, well, actually, all of them pretty much fail. Rest in peace. I'll apply it to all, and then I'll look at exactly who did not succeed. Oh, wrong. This one right here. They succeeded, and then one of the soldiers succeeded here. The one that is near death. That's so funny. I'm not frightened by you.
You've already hit me once. I didn't die.
What are you gonna do? Hit me again?
So Beldar is going to let our roar, another frightful presence here, as they kind of now exert themselves, now using the frightful presence in a more terrifying manner, as well as the number of dwarvish soldiers that have been unconscious from their steps, as well as those that died by some of the dragoons here. You see as those kind of now cower in fear from them, even the Surgoth noting that. The mage at the back end here is going to kind of look at the generalness of what is happening here, see the other one that has been vortex warped as well. You were riding on the Pegasus, and now Ukar begins to slowly begin to move down. The dwarfs are beginning to lower their weaponry and surrender. Is anybody taking hostile actions against them?
Nope.
Not that they're surrendering.
Nope.
Over the link real quick. Guys, are we gonna try to talk to Ukar? And we just persuade him to let the hostages go?
Ukar,
And
stop.
we can-
Sorry, he was moving up already.
Why would
Over
I
the link.
stop?
We have one request that we would like you to honor, and Costas will tell you what that is.
Oh wow, just pushing it onto me, eh? These Stonefists have taken many hostages. We were hoping to free them. I'm assuming that won't be an issue.
Hostages, Clan Stone. It's taken. What are you attempting to do?
Merely saving a few lives. Once they are saved, they can go do what they wish. We will suggest that they avoid any issues with you. I mean, yeah. Didn't exactly work out well for their leader.
Why would this avoid issues with me? Why would you need to do that? Tell me.
I don't know. They're Clan Gilgal. You went to kill the leader of Clan Gilgal. We figured you might have issues with us saving hostages from Clan Gilgal. I don't know. I mean, well, honestly, I didn't think you'd have a problem with it. You generally seem fine with, like, civilians and the like being saved, but they were worried about it, so they asked me to help ask you, you know.
You're more than welcome to save who it is you wish.
Cool.
Towards the one channeling their gift. I can give you some insight. Those hostages most likely are dead. And Stonefist, the Grey Dwarf. They will not leave anything. Trust me. You're more than welcome to try. You must also understand something else. The city that Clan Stonefist hails from. Gordinja. They would not keep their hostages in Gilgal City. They would bring them to the Emerald City. It has much magic. Much to protect against any intrusion. Raises an eyebrow to you. It's a nice thought, though.
It'd be a somewhat difficult task, understood.
Do not think, Costas Morning Light, that I would not try to keep track of the family of the king.
I didn't think you'd tell us where they were, but I assumed you knew.
All I can tell you, Costas Morning Light, is that the family of the king was accessible to my abilities, then I would already have them.
Okay. Then is it possible for me to convince you to spare the king?
Spare the king. This
This
what
is more
you
on
are
Belsar's
seeking,
behalf.
Costas. Beldar's behalf. The dragon wishes to save the king.
You know, it's quite a sad tale, I must say. So, are you... How set on are you on killing the king? That's what I must ask, really. Like, is it more of a, like, just, you know, it'd be nice to kill him, or, like, you really have to?
Costas Morning Light. The king must die.
Do you, like, you're a member of the, when you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die approach.
Oh, Sala.
If you're going to apply any healing, go ahead and apply it to yourself at this point. I'm just moving artwork and tokens. Basically, what's happening is the dwarvish soldiers are getting grouped together. Those that are unconscious are being treated by some of the dragoons. The pot-bellied dwarf here is kind of speaking to the Throphos as well as the Surgoth, the commanders, the forces. Looks to be a little bit lean here, and so they're also injured themselves here compared to how many dwarvish soldiers. So they're promptly removing their weapons and armor, and then they're actually tossing them into the river so they sink down to the bed, so they're pretty much inaccessible at this point in case they attempt to revolt. They don't have any bindings or manacles, they can't really restrain them, so they're simply kind of surrounding them with their weaponry. Beldar has also turned its attention in the direction of all of you and is kind of listening to what the conversation is held.
Yeah.
Not gonna
As
be
soon
good.
as Ukar says that in front of like that, or in hearing range of the dragon, Ystrel's gonna stop concentrating on this, and yeah, we're gonna throw out a false life just in case things start to get hairy here.
Okay, I would like to be ready to control the dragon in case they attack Ukar at any moment, because I will not stop them from doing what they want unless it means getting themselves killed by taking on an opponent way above their weight class.
over the link, Kit stopped raging, and the party will hear, "Are we killing him?"
Are we? I mean,
No.
Hold
No, they're
on a
just going to
minute.
change their shape to their humanoid form.
Ukar, this is a bit of a sticky moment. Everything's up in the air right now. A lot of weird decisions have been going down. I do have a question, because I don't rightly recall what the circumstances were. Why are the Stone Fist involved in all this exactly? What are they doing here?
They raise an eyebrow. Seems we all want to get more involved with something that you all intended not to. How curious.
Well, group decisions don't always make allowances for
Do we
dissent.
tend to put our cucumbers in the brine?
Oh, you're making pickles? I love pickles. You got any on you?
It is an expression.
you see,
That
silver
simply
dragons.
that the
question.
brine exists doesn't mean we need to dip our cucumbers into it to pickle them. Cucumbers are good to eat in their own right. There's no need for it. It's an expression.
Yeah, well,
You all
I
have a
wasn't
good
familiar
thing
with that
going
one.
for you. You all seem quite intent on leaving this place, allowing the events to unfold. I'm sensing sympathy, perhaps.
Mm.
You see, silver dragons tend to do that to you.
What you're sensing is loyalty from most.
Clan Stonefist is a large clan of Grey Dwarfs. They exist in the Dark Abyss, in a city of emerald known as Jolinja. It has powerful protection against the likes of psionics and divination and magic in general. They are plagued by aberrations and creatures that lurk down there. It is commonplace to protect one from any sense of infiltration by magical means. The Grey Dwarfs and their history on this continent. They are evolved from the surface dwelling, finding themselves lost and forming into their clans, and they have wanted to return to the surface. They are unwanted. See, the surface dwarfs, they do not wish to share the lucrative mines they protect of gold and iron, dark steel, mithril, adamantine. They want to protect all of it. They do not wish to share. Fortunately, in the Dark Abyss, there is much that lacks. From what I've heard of rumors, Jolinja sits itself on a dark steel mine, as much of their armament consists of. But I do not know. I've never been to Jolinja. I've never delved into the Dark Abyss. I've never wanted to. I've never needed to. My guess is that Clan Stonefist is getting some reward from this. If they move against Clan Gilgal, perhaps they aim, and the reward is their city, their gold mine, the riches, the spoils. Perhaps it's a feud, bit of rivalry between Family Gilgal and that of Family Stonefist. I don't care. I don't need to care. And in fact, the hostages that are kept, if they are dead, which I assume they are, I would have killed them. It only does good for us, you see. Puts an end to any leadership that would call for the dwarves to rally themselves. They will be lost without any sort of family lines of nobility or kingship. They will frolic to the free city. They will heed the democratic council, the democracy. You see, it's the dragon. But if the king dies, then they will be like all of the other dwarves. They'll be lost, and they will have no city to go to. When Stonefist takes it, they will have nothing of their home left. They will make a new home, Belzar. A new home here, under one banner, one people. For too long has dwarven clans fought amongst themselves, bickering of old feuds and rivalries. Clan Stonefist is just more of the same, you see, fighting. It is time, Belzar. See as Ukar begins to move forward. Belzar steps. Showing signs of trauma. And Ukar continues to walk forward. Orf moves forward. Potbelly. Oh. The star told us that there would be a number of you fighting along our side. We've come across, opened the gates. I've got you to thank for this. Thank you. We really appreciate it. We've lost a number of my men. We could really use some reinforcements. Have you seen Vistar anywhere? We could use them here. Collect more of us before we make a push against the Granite Keep. There is no need for that, Drelgash. We'll have no more use of you. We've cleared the path. Was all that was needed. Tend to your wounded. Keep these ones captured for a time. There will be more of me. They will come with instructions. Looks around. And then continues to walk forward. Ah, right. Okay. Your name? Your name?
Belzar, guys, we should go.
Yeah, I think we should.
Oh, now all of a sudden you think we should.
I mean, if we can take, I think Belzar's going to come with us now.
Come on, buddy, let's make you a nice stew. Have a nice sit down by the fire. Let's talk this out.
The king
It's
will
over,
die.
The king
He'll
had
have
his own politics, man.
the last dwarf
This
city.
has nothing to do with you.
Ravsha is gone. There'll be no hope for them anymore.
This is, you heard the man. This will be their
They'll
home.
be gone.
This is still their home. They're
no.
still welcome to live here. They still have a home. It's
Home.
okay.
Won by violence. Not
He
any
will let
different than-
Aren't they all?
all wars are won by violence. He will let those who don't want to live under his rule leave and make a home somewhere else. All homes have to be made at some point. They can make a new one.
And if you really want to, man, you can help them do that. You can help them do that. But there's nothing more that you can do here.
You see as they're kind of looking around, confused, mind broken.
It's okay, man. Let's go get you a nice hot cup of tea, maybe a little whiskey. We'll hang out by the river. It's fine.
I have to get out of here.
Yes, you do.
That's fine. That's fine. You can go. Go ahead, and or if you don't want to come with us, just you can go do your thing. It's fine.
They're going to change shape back into the dragon form. Confused, scared, frightened. They begin to take flight, disappearing, heading east and up.
All right. Are we leaving?
Yeah, we're definitely leaving.
Yeah.
Then huddle around.
Oh, sorry. I forgot we weren't walking.
Why use legs? We have magic.
We have
As
an
you gather
appointment
around,
with-
you can see Uma and Umi flying over the spire in a low altitude, and they begin to move in the direction of the Granite Keep. Whines and moans, draconic roars as they fly overhead. You see the dragoons. Drogash holds up a fist. On the day! Jump! City is ours! Soon, anyways. Take the wounds and kind of begin to tending and stuff. Okay, where do you go?
All right. We have an appointment with Corvus, so are there any objections to Fort Farron?
Well, we can do it from anywhere.
There's a shrine in Fort Farron.
Fair.
You can't. So Corvos. You can't actually reach Corvos. I would say, and that if you're trying to get like a detailed, if your intention is to go to Ulfaris, you're gonna need powerful
no, not
magic.
to Ulfaris.
No. What I'm saying here is, if you're trying to get and speak to Corvos because you want to get Corvos, if Corvos was going to give you information, right, upon the death of the Tinkerer. Number one, number two, and then also getting to Ulfaris, you're going to need some powerful magic to guide, like, tell you where Ulfaris is, right? So you're going to need Corvos to actually inscribe into your minds, like, notable landmarks, right, where you're going to go on this trail to actually get there, unless you attempt to do so yourselves, which could be very impossible considering how long Ulfaris has stayed in hiding and no one's ever found it. So
But haven't we already like found a shrine to him, or we talked to him before?
Yeah, we can go to the Windy Tower,
you
or
can go to
what was
you can
it?
go to the Windy Tower, but this is teleportation. We are now in teleportation mode. Okay, so we talked about this. Let's go get us the landing page here. I'm going to go through some things as far as teleportation is concerned. So teleportation means that we can go anywhere that we have been before or we have seen, and we have some understanding. Now, so shifting of planes is difficult simply because of the way time works and all of the shenanigans that we've seen, right? So shifting of planes isn't something that can just be readily done in the context of the spell. Now, I mean, it's not impossible. It just has to be done in a particular way, and kind of almost like you got to unlock it or figure it out, right? Teleportation anywhere could happen here in the world. You just have to be able to see it, or have been there, right? That sort of thing. So all I need, right, is always like a heads up to try to. I mean, if you want to blindside me, that's totally fine. But then you just got to give me some time to set things up, right? If you're going to blindside me, because I do have to pull maps into the server, and there's other things that need to happen. Because if I had the entire campaign loaded into your world at one time, we would not be able to load into this thing, man. There'd be hundreds of maps. It'd be crazy. So it's not, like I said, just give me a little heads up. Now, Fort Farron and the Windy Tower, we have been before. If we're just going there for narrative reasons, I don't really need to set a whole lot of stuff up because we can just theater of mind it. It's not a big deal and that sort of thing. So both areas are as equal opportunities to see Corvos, and they are at the same distance in a teleportation spell. And if you already plan on long resting, it doesn't really matter.
My whole point was like the Fort Farron one seems a little more friendly than and a little more accommodating than under Windy Tower.
Yeah, I'd say
one.
Fort Farron then.
That's fair.
Yeah, we can see Aurello.
Yeah. And Yadir.
Yeah, we can see Yondir. That's the main reason to go there.
Who was this Yadir you speak of?
Our favorite city.
Yeah. The best barkeep in all the land.
You had me at bar.
Stand for it, good buddy. Oh, he's got the best thick whiskey there, too. Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure I'll run dry. I could pick up another few bottles there while we're, prancing about.
Yeah, let's go speak to Corvos. Oh, Costas, you owe us.
I mean,
Tinder's on you.
we are so lucky that this whole thing ended when and where it did. because that was going to turn real ugly there for a minute. Ugh.
Yeah.
Things worked out. Guess
Yeah, luckily.
Well, I guess fate.
Probably more just opportune timing by Ukar. I'm pretty sure he was listening to everything we were saying anyway. He strolled in and straightened things out when he did.
True.
I'm I'm just glad that we were able to keep Ukar on our side.
Well,
Or
at least off
I
our
don't know,
bad
maybe
side.
not.
Well,
That's
maybe,
that's probably a better assessment, Joe.
yeah.
Side
Oh.
adjacent.
Sure. I do not want that man as an enemy.
Okay, so we've finally accepted after the entire session. We pretty much did exactly what we kind of were intending there, anyways. But we did something that was a little bit different. We stood with Belzar. In an actual fight. Remember, as I described in the vision, Belzar was actually just fighting fortifications and stuff. Really wasn't on the ground. Now was on the ground fighting. Some of the dwarvish soldiers got to see some of the dragoons, right, and how they're interacting with it. And then Ukar came through and pretty much dropped a little bit of a bombshell in that your plan, wouldn't actually work going against a heavily magic infused and psionic infused, these gray dwarfs, right, people that have necessary protections against an infiltration like this. Not to say you couldn't get to Ravsha, but that would be more or less where they would not keep the hostages. They would not keep the hostages in a city they could not protect, and that sort of thing. But that's, again, you're really taking it just to face value of Ukar. So all right. But you know what? You took it at face value. We've accepted it. We've moved on. All right. We're going to move on now. And so Belzar, upon taking almost like now being convinced by you guys and a little bit of accepting because of hearing what Ukar had said, and then also you all chiming in, they then, instead of flying north, right, in the direction of the Granite Keep, perhaps to save the king, they've simply took off in a crazed kind of manic state and just disappeared. We might never see Belzar again in this campaign, but we have spared the life, it seems, of Belzar, and also preserved the alliance to Ukar. All right, so we've teleported. We've gathered ourselves together, and we are going to cast a teleportation spell. This has to be a willing party, so we're kind of grabbing this, and a green sphere, or a color, your fate, it's up to you of what color you want the sphere to be. Green, blue, yellow, common colors.
Yeah, probably like a maroon red sphere.
A maroon red sphere. It's going to envelop around all of you in this area of the willing creatures. You kind of have to touch yourselves in a way, like you have to gather and touch, and then it begins to kind of grow around you, and upon that is going to collapse, and it's going to reappear in Fort Farron here. So we'll go ahead and bring us onto this concept Fort Farron here. And then I've also unlocked the town map of there. So Fort Farron hasn't gone through a town map change or anything, just because of how busy I am, and creating maps is crazy work. But you can go ahead and look at notable landmarks and stuff, which the town itself, the village here, is still alive, kicking. Nothing's really changed. Everything is as it should be. Weeks, I would say, have... kind of went by in a sense of the village, but time-wise, not a lot has changed. A week is not that long for this town, and so everything's like exactly how you left it. Nothing's really kind of happened. No seasons have kind of whatever. It is nighttime though, so the nights sky is kind of changing and the moons are coming out. The sun's setting down. We're in the afternoon, evening-ish. So we'll go advance the time just a little bit because of how long conversations were and such. And the weather, right? In terms of the season, we're in the winter, so it's a little bit cold. Last time you've been here, I suppose. And there is a kind of a light rain that is falling down. Where exactly are you going to teleport into? Like directly in front of the
Uh,
manor where
Probably
the
would have
temple
like
is underneath?
off like around the side. Yeah.
Okay. So you're not going to have any sounds of a lot of commotions and things. A lot of the servants are either retired in the upper floors of the house, the mansion, the manor, right? Or they are currently out doing business, making way around in the rain. You're just kind of ducked behind an alley. You have a couple of shrubs nearby, a little bit of a tree deciduous from the small wood. If you're nearby the manor, probably get yourselves into a window and look into that manor. You can see most of it is vacant, as I had kind of almost described that the house Farron Manor, which is where you had uncovered the temple prior, is kind of like a summer home, right? So no one really stays in there besides the servants, and it's quite late. So the servants that would be running amok would be retiring for the evening in their bedchambers. It's quiet, it's peaceful. Grass is green. There's no orange, red rock. Nice,
Oh man,
dark soil.
it's good to be back in a nice, friendly town. Well, guys, it has been a day. Ugh, I don't know about y'all, but I'm ready for a good stiff drink, some nice, friendly plates of food, and comfy bed.
You want to take some rest before we talk to Corvus?
I mean, if I'm being realistic, yeah, we defeated a semi-undead elder wizard, came face to face again with our nemesis, almost got into a fight with an undead orc, and narrowly escaped being torched by a dragon. I'm wiped, guys. I'm wiped.
Well, then to Yondir we go.
Yeah.
Why do you keep on slipping an N in there? It's Yaldir.
Yondir. Yondir?
Hey, there you go. Yeah, print it, sound
I
it
could have
out there.
sworn it was
Yeah.
Yondir.
No,
Yondir?
no, that's just you, my man.
Costas has his accent. It's okay.
Yeah, thema accent.
Yeah, you can't. No blaming your accent on that one, man. Good lord, it's a wonder we still put up with your ass.
Yes. Oh, thank you for that, by the way.
I ain't happy about it, man, but you are a friend. You've been through us. You've been here with us through thick and thin. You've never faltered. I mean, as far as putting a united front in and trying to save the day. You can be a damn fool sometimes. I think today was another one of those days, but luckily for everybody, it worked out all right. And I am still happy to call you a friend, but you are definitely paying for all of it. Well, everything tonight.
Okay, that's very fair.
Kit is gonna walk up to Costas. He's gonna punch him right in his face.
Go ahead and make a strength check, please. Costas, what's your armor class?
23. But I'm going to lean into it.
You're going to take it?
Yeah, I'm going to take it.
All right. Go ahead and roll a d4. All right, you take 7 points of bludgeoning damage. Strikes you across the face.
I'll look at him. You ever make a decision that puts the party in danger again, you're going to have to worry about more than what we're fighting. And then I'll turn around and walk off because I have no idea where I'm going in Fort Farron. So hopefully one of the party catches me and directs me in a certain direction.
I'm going to yell at him, next time abandon me.
Costas, we've been with you a while. I don't think abandoning you was the solution to our problems there. You should take, before you speak, I think you should take this as a lesson and learn from your choices. Kit made a very, very good point. It was a lot of options, a lot of them. And I think this one was a positive one. We had our cake and ate it too. Just realize things could have been a lot worse. And it's not just you who's in danger. And you put yourself in danger a lot. But understand that we care about you too.
A good outcome doesn't mean a good choice was made, but I'm grateful nonetheless.
I will not value my life above my morals. I understand. I thank you. I really do for standing by me in that moment. But there's a certain point where I could not continue to be me if I had left Belsar there.
All right, just know that, hey, if we've learned anything, and you've been around long enough to figure this out too, there's going to be a lot of really, really tough choices coming up. And we can't save everybody. We've seen that firsthand. You have too. We can't save everybody, as hard as it can be sometimes. I don't even know how to put this. Guys, help me out. Just be smarter, I guess. I don't always know the most eloquent way to put things. Shit.
I'm fully aware we can't save everybody. I just hope that I'll never stop trying.
And that's fine, but this is one of those points where to really try to save as many people as possible, to really make the best choices, trying to go against a coup that was on the verge of winning, being perpetrated by immortal and multiplying entities that have been around for thousands of years, was not the smartest choice that would have saved the most people.
Maybe.
In the
Maybe I
link,
was being a
Joe.
fucking idiot.
In the link, just Joe will hear, "Hey, it's Kit. Can you help me? I'm kind of lost. I don't know where I'm going. I was trying to find the bar."
Yeah, okay, come on. Yeah, come here. Come here. I'll lead you to it. They got some good stuff here.
Yeah. I probably was being a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
But I made my choice. And you know what?
It's okay to be
I think I
fucking
like it
idiots.
again. I just hope that next time I make it, you guys fucking leave me there.
That's
Don't
not
risk your
gonna
lives
happen.
because of stupid ass decision your friends make.
As Joe is rushing off into the darkness, turns his head over. That was the exact wrong thing to take from that conversation.
I will also say that the house fair, you said the alleyway of the manor, it is gated. So there is like a little courtyard out front, wraps around. It has like a wrought iron gate and some half stone walls. So you either have to climb the gate or you have to leave. There's no one guarding it or anything. But I'm gonna assume, Kit, you're gonna basically
Get
go
to
up to the
Pegasus.
gate and you're gonna like open the gate and then you're gonna realize you're like in the middle of like this cobbled road. It's raining. It's dark. There's trees and
Yeah,
several lampposts around here. You're just gonna be like, "Where the fuck do I go?"
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
what I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yep. About that time was when I reached out on the mental link to Joe and like, help.
Yeah.
To the lump and stuff.
Okay. So 11 stone. All right. Are you going to stable your Pegasus here at the Lumpen Stump in the covered corral, or are you going to put it at the actual stables in the town?
I think I'll stable at the Lump and Stump.
Okay.
But I'll make sure it gets good treatment. Like, you know, if I have to pay extra to like make sure it gets some extra hay or something, I'll make sure it gets some. By the way, I'm gonna walk up to the Pegasus and say, "Hey, what's your name?"
Man, you're just asking for it. I'll tell you what. Let me go and roll something privately here. I'm curious.
you're a Celestial Pegasus, I figured you might have an interesting name. Plus, might summoning you again. Feels weird to just call you Pegasus.
I can only imagine there is now a growing legion of creatures in alternate planes that are just like, oh god, have you been Costas as well? Join
There's
the
a
support
union.
group.
I think I have a union. I think I have a union. There's a fucking mount, like, union. Like they organize strikes and shit.
It was like, oh, you got hit by him too?
You're riding
He
the
summoned
Pegasus.
me.
This Pegasus moving, shimmies itself. Name's Triton.
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 I'm sorry, can you repeat that one more time? I'm really bad with names.
Triton.
Yeah, Triton. Okay, like
Yeah.
trident, but without the, like, end part.
Triton. I don't know how you pronounce it. You pronounce it yourself.
Yeah,
don't give a
Triton.
shit.
Okay. Yeah. Man, you're fucking, like, badass for a Pegasus. I thought you'd be, like, more like,
Thanks. I appreciate it.
yeah. How do you get the name Triton?
It's the name I was born with. It's what they gave me.
Ah. Wait, are Pegasus even born? They're like celestial beings.
You know, I think a spirited soul is born. Defied magic.
Yeah, but like,
Aren't
like
you a
parents?
paladin? Didn't you summon he? You conjured my soul down here into this Pegasus body.
Yeah, like, dude, Pegasus have, like, parents? Like, did you have, like, Bident and, like, Spear? Like, give birth to Trident? Or Triton, I suppose?
I've never known a Pegasus to have children.
Yeah, like, can you guys have children? Like, this is interesting questions.
Should we find out?
No, I'd rather not. That's really something for you to explore back on Mount Celestia. Like,
No, I mean, horses aren't so dissimilar from me. Sure we can find the right mare. What the stud.
you know what? You're gonna be in the stables. I'll be in my room. I just need to be ready for you. I just need you to be ready to go by morning.
You conjured me, and now you're gonna stick me in some stinky stables of this material plane? It's gross. Are you serious right now?
I mean,
Are you-
I
are
conjured
you-
you for like a
are
little
you
bit. I'm
absolutely
gonna need you like
serious?
a little later. So like now I'm stabling you, so like you get like a little break, and then like between like times I'm gonna need you.
To act like a horse? I ain't no damn horse. I'm a fucking Pegasus. I'm talking to you right now. Do you even know what my intelligence level is?
Higher than a horse.
I'm smarter than you. To be honestly.
No, I'm pretty sure you aren't actually.
You
We
want to
can
bet?
test it. You want to pull out some math? We can give you. I don't know if I can give you. we
Well,
can't
I
give
ain't
you
gonna
half,
do
we
no
can-
mathematics. Go find me a chessboard. Dragon chess. Let's go.
Let's
I'll
do some
play
dragon.
it.
You want me to do dragon? Let's do some.
Might
dragon
not be able
chess.
to move
Let's do
the
this.
pieces with my hoofs. Damn well I
Yeah,
can
we
get
can-
my teeth in there.
Yeah, or we can get someone to move them for you. We just need to call it the like spots that they move to.
Drink it. We're going to a drink it place.
Yeah.
They got doors big enough for
Okay.
me.
Maybe I don't remember. I don't quite remember. It's been like a week.
Yeah, sure they got a window I can smash in.
Cool. So we're gonna play dragon chess. So you want a room, not a stable?
I don't want no stable. I don't want no room.
Do you want me to just like?
Don't you
Let
got
you
no
out to-
magic? Conjure me a house or something.
Do you want me to just let you out into the forest and like give you a time to meet up?
Now you treat me like a wild animal. I even domesticated now.
Oh my god.
Based on your attitude, I figured you'd have fun, like frolicking around the forest, like beating up
What
like
the hell?
rabbits or
Frolicking
something. for, like,
through
a few
some dark,
hours.
damp forest I've never been. Do you know what I'm used to? I'm used to silk, white, celestial pillows. with beautiful mares all around me of Pegasus making sweet subtle love to me, getting fed grapes and shit. Frolicking palm fronds and great Olympian temples of white marble. You want me to frolic through some duck dip forest avenue?
Oh my god.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Why don't you just dispel me? Just send me home.
Because I need like a spell slot to summon you back in the morning.
The fuck? What do I care?
Lucy, I care.
Oh yeah, I'm go. No. Nope.
So the stables. Don't worry. You can start a union when you get back. I'm sure if there's not already one. Don't worry. It's fine.
You better bring me some damn food out there.
So what kind of food do you want? Like grapes? We can get grapes.
You gonna feed me now some grapes?
And then we could put it in like a trough.
You gotta put my grapes in a trough for me to eat. Honestly, when they said sign up for conjure, summon, celestial, they were saying that I'd be getting a badge of honor. So they told me that I would be serving some great servant that would call upon the might of the gods and their wrath. But all I'm left with is some boy who wants to drop grapes in my trough and treat me like a domesticated horse. You know what? I will serve you, and I will eat them damn grapes in that trough. But when you're riding me, and we'll be flying through the air, and you're thinking everything's safe and sound, it just might happen to go inverted.
It's not like against some kind of like summon greater steeds, like code of honor.
Because your command is simply fly and fly here and fly that. I can fly any which way I want. Upside down, sideways. It doesn't matter, right?
Okay, fly upright in a direction. If I say that, can you fly inverted?
Now you're going to command me to fly a specific way?
Yes.
Well, then I won't tell you of my next plan, then. We'll just have to find out.
Are griffins lower maintenance? I just need to ask that.
You're going to replace me for a damn griffin. I swear you're going to replace me for a damn griffin.
No, have you ever met a griffin? Like, can you, attest?
Have I met a griffin? Why would I meet a griffin?
So they aren't celestial? Like, they don't hang out in Mount Celestia? They don't get the grapes?
I don't want to sort myself with no bird.
Cool, so I can just get them. Yeah, cool. Just get them the mate. Got it.
What the damn intelligence of a griffin is?
Anyway, so let's get you to the stables.
All right, so you're going to park them in the corral of the leopard stump?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you're all welcome for that. Took a lot of energy out of me.
Michael, if that's not going in the all-time YouTube highlight reel, I don't know what is. That was amazing.
Brighten the unicorn.
Well done. Holy shit.
I appreciate
It's
it.
always so fun when I talk to my summons. My god.
You get exactly what you deserve and what you call for. That's all I'm saying.
Like the time I'd summoned a horse inside a dungeon and it's like, you want me to go up fucking stairs?
Yeah. Yeah, you think you would have learned by now. And yet here we are. Holy shit. And I don't think it's anything but this, but canonically the entire goddamn town heard that.
I
Had
think it
to
can
have
talk.
been.
Can the Pegasus talk?
Can the Pegasus talk? The Pegasus has an intelligence of 10. It understands Common, Elvish, Celestial, and Sylvan, all those languages. It cannot speak. It speaks telepathically to you.
Yeah, so they
Oh, can we
I like
make
to
an
think Costas
exception?
was talking out loud though. Like
I
he
think
was
you
having
might
a
be able to
conversation by
understand,
himself.
yeah, from the conversation Costas was having there.
That was amazing, though.
that was like a stand-up routine.
It really was.
Oh,
All right,
that
so
is
you make
something,
your
Griffin.
way. You make your way to the Lumben Stump Tavern. You begin to open the fence of the corral. You see as your Pegasus begins to prounce into it, looks towards the trough, picks up a handful of feed, begins to eat it, looks towards you.
Can I get grapes for the trough?
You can go try to find grapes.
The hell
in
you gonna
town.
find? I'm sorry. I
Gotta
don't
go-
know the
gotta go
town.
order.
So
Hey, Yondir.
Joe's
Oh,
gonna
Yondir
watch up
is
for the
helping.
Pegasus.
Begins to walk over. Yep.
You got
Hey, how's
you
it
got
going?
grapes?
Grapes. What I got? Grapes.
Okay, fine. You got wine?
Of course, I got wine. You want some wine?
Yeah, can you put it in my Pegasus's trough?
The fuck you got Pegasus? Pegasus? What the fuck is a Pegasus? Well, I ain't here for you. I'll get you some wine, pour it in for your noble steed. I understand your paladin like. Get him drunk,
thank
you
you.
know. You ain't no animal lover, are you?
I like animals, but this one's kind of one.
Damn paladins. Don't want to stand a damn fucking thing. Yonder's gonna go in the cellar and get a bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Joe's gonna
Hey.
lean over the fence here. Hey man, I'm sorry about him. I know he's a lot, but well, he hits stuff good. That's about as much as I can say.
Looks
I was
towards you.
just gonna.
You see as they take the hoof and they reach the hoof over the fence, they begin to write into the grass. They begin to write into the grass and the mud directly underneath your feet. They got what's coming.
Yep, you're absolutely right. No argument here. You know where to find them. And Joe walks inside, chuckling.
Okay. Stump
Go,
Tavern
go.
is bustling at this point. A lot of people are in here dining and enjoying themselves. Large banquet tables usually open because there's not a whole lot of crowds that do show up here in terms of like a crowd, like a mass of people, I suppose, like one party. There are a variety of folk here. They see you all enter in, some of which are recognizing you all and some of the deeds that you've done, perhaps. It is not so dissimilar that folk heroism is not going to kind of begin to happen. So some people are going to raise their takers up towards you, not yell out, "Hey!" more than anything like that. Just going to raise takers towards you. And one of those people who raise the takers towards all of you appears to be a figure that is Damdar.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, I go up and pull out a chair and sit in front of him.
Sees Damdar is having a metallic rusted tankard. Deals with wine, perhaps. There's a bottle that's opened of a low shelf label. They're currently sipping on it, and they are picking apart a slightly stale loaf of bread. Can you make your way to the banquet table? There is a bard currently playing beautiful melody, enticing. See a few pieces of coin at their feet. They look towards you intently as they point themselves and almost playing in the direction of you.
I paid no attention at all. Barkeep!
All good.
Barkeep! I'm just gonna keep
Server.
yelling until somebody. There we
Means to
go.
walk over to you. How can I help you?
Ale, keep it coming.
Ale, keeping it coming. No
It's
worries there.
on. It's on his tab, and I'll point at Costas.
Looks down. Do we have a name?
Yeah, his name's Costas.
All right.
Oh, you know him, huh?
Begins to walk away. filling from there. They fill in a pitcher full of frothy ale as well as a tankard, and they're going to come over with the same tray, setting down the large pitcher to refill for yourself as well as the tankard. Then
I don't
take the
even
tray.
grab the taker. I grab the pitcher and I just start chugging it.
They shrug the shoulder, suit yourself, and they begin to help other customers.
Seeing that Kid is drinking alone, Joe's gonna go over to the table. He was gonna talk to Yadir, but yeah, his friend needs him. And Yadir sidles up. Whatever.
Yadir's just fetching a bottle of wine from the cellar really fast. Not too much time. So you're gonna you can wait there at the bar if you want. It's only gonna take a few seconds for Yadir to go down there and pick it out.
Oh, well, in that case. Hey, buddy, good to see you again. My friends and I are gonna be over at that table over there. I don't know how many bottles you got, but at least 5 of them thick whiskeys of yours. If you could send it over yonder, we're good for it.
Oh, yep. I whiskey mouth. Don't worry. I know you're good for
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Don't worry about it, Mike.
Also some tea.
Oh, thanks, man.
Breaks the character because I know you love whiskey. Drink it all the time on stream. You're welcome.
I got that, but I wasn't gonna say anything.
Oh, Joe.
You bottle of wine here for you. You go. Pour your damn self.
Thank you.
Joe, I'm
Shit, try.
so sorry, Joe. I'm my manners. Where's that keep at again? We need another pitcher.
Oh man, you post up, you put your feet up, you've earned a well-deserved rest, man. You really put the lead out today. You're a true friend. Thanks for all this.
Mm. You know it shouldn't have come to that.
No, it shouldn't. I mean, it's as unfortunate as it is. Well, for Costas, as much as he tries, he does make some weird mistakes sometimes, but his heart's in the right place. And he does let the beatings out when they're necessary, so we try to look after him as best as we can. I mean, you got a taste of it. But I won't lie to you, this is a rough road that we walk. And you ain't been around for long. I'm not going to pretend like things are going to get easier. You've already proven yourself to be a friend in a tight place, but if you were to mosey on along, I'm not trying to get rid of you or nothing. I'd be happy to have you around, but I wouldn't hold it against you, that's all I'm saying.
I've lived through some of the worst combat on the front lines that I've ever seen in my life. Body parts being flown or thrown here, there, everywhere. And what I don't mind fighting. Hell, I wouldn't even mind if I was fighting for the right thing and I died for it. What I can't stand is dumb decisions that put everybody in harm's way for no reason. And speaking of no reason, why is as I'm talking, she hands that to me, I will pour some in the tankard for Joe, and then I'll drink out of the pitcher again. Who is Othala over there with? He went right to him.
Well, again, it's been a long day, and how do I make this succinct? Yeah, I clocked that guy over there too. You know what? Athala, from what I've seen, is probably the smartest person amongst our party. He's seen some crazy shit, and amongst all of us that are caught up in all of this, crazy time hopping nuttiness, he's probably got the firmest grasp on it, and I do trust him implicitly. And as much as I've seen the person he's talking to, as much as I really hate that he's over there right now, well, he's not trying to immediately murder everybody around here, and he does have some kind of weird motives that's, I guess, worth trying to figure out. That's all. It'll probably be better if we just drink ourselves into a blind fairy here and there and, I don't know, pass out in an alleyway somewhere. Let's just try to forget the rest of this day. Shit. And Joe starts draining one of these bottles into 2 equal tankards nearby. She's like, man, let's get hammered.
I wholeheartedly agree to get hammered, but I don't know that you answered who that is. Other than don't worry about it.
I mean, all right. You should worry about it, and I respect you enough to tell you. And then into his ear real quick. That's Damodar right there. We seen a lot of him. He's been bugging us and been in the middle of all this for months now. And normally, I mean, as you saw today, I tried to shoot that sumbitch. But it don't work. So us trying to hack him down right now, it ain't gonna work. We just gotta ride this out and hope we can get that bastard sometime down the line.
How did he know where we were? We just got here.
I don't know, but this sumbitch is real smart and real capable. But he obviously wants to talk, so you know what? Let's let the smart people talk to him. It pains me to say that. Believe me, I want to stab him in the eye right now, but it ain't gonna work. It was proved to me again today.
Cheers to that. And put my glass out to cheers and toast and just chug it back. I'm going to keep on drinking and as long as I can on Costas' bill.
Okay. 5 bottles of whiskey ready to go. But Yadir sat down. Yadir will also come back with loaves of bread sitting down on the table and will offer food if you wish to have it. Fish pies with other sorts of accoutrement, I suppose, if you wish to have that as an addition. It's up to you. Able to give you as much food as your heart desires. And only in exchange is requesting a handful of coin for it, for all of the things that you have required. We're now going to kind of end the session here as we begin to move over to a small table in the corner as a Damodar currently sits in the chair with a blackish cloak. His cowl is off, almost like a poncho to fend off the rain. They also, through the kind of folds of the cloak, it doesn't seem like they have their, maybe their robe that they are normally presented with. Their hair is kind of slicked back. They have no staff, no nothing. They have a few rings upon their finger, one of which appears to be 2 dragons that are intertwined. Now being able to see that close by, you can see that the dragons gleam with a gold and a red. They also have draconic scales across their wrist that kind of goes into their forearm and is kind of on their hand. Those scales are gold and they are also red. They're both. They're currently sipping on this low shelf wine in the rusted tankard, eating the bread. And they see you begin to walk up and sit down, Othala. Towards the chair. By all means.
Thank you. Thalo will sit down. Pretty casually reach into his bag, grab a pipe, pack it, light the pipe, take a hit, smoke. Just stare at him. So what do we owe the pleasure of seeing you twice in one day?
No pleasure. Not at all. Matter of coincidence, I suppose.
Coincidence. Kind of don't believe in those.
I was aware that the congruence of the domain of time existed. It has been underneath the City of Stone for some time. You know, the City of Stone actually is over a very active volcanic activity. Granite Keep, Stone Throne, and actually crosses over some of that lava, that heat. That's why the boat is hot. It was uncovered during excavations by none other than Maldron, a wizard of old. They stumbled upon this power, and like their peer, Gwynferin, they became fixated with it and what it could yield for them. But their consequences were already had happened. You see, they were cast out, the cohort of the wizards of old, for the necromancy that they performed. Hideous acts, violent acts, put in power by their heroism against Barry-Thune. It makes sense then when they would return to come back to this place, to regain the power that they had lost. In order to do that, they needed help. If you're wondering if I offered that help, I did not.
So they bargained with you? Or they went to someone else?
Went to somebody else. That I do not know. Perhaps they had no help, after all. It is Maldron. It was just time that they needed. The congruence, its power. It is unmanageable and unwieldy. Maldron was able to learn how to control it from destroying much. I was fortunate that my gift was able to destroy it, but not quite. I merely dismantled the bridge that was sustained by the chaos. Something that leeches itself, calls to the domain of time to try to pull it forward from its hiding. Just destroy the bridge. The side of congruence. It still lives, albeit under thousands of tons of rock.
Was that your gift to absorb these bridges? Was that what?
My gift is the gift consumption, absorption. The gift that I was given is that I can absorb all chaos within reason and within reach, I suppose, of some extent.
You mean the energy that is basically all around us?
First, I was limited. Gift could only reach into the spells that were cast. I was able to nullify them in some level. Took great effort. So dissimilar from a counterspell. Counterspell, though, redirects spells into a safe place. I feasted upon the magic they used. My gift was unlocked when I traversed into the elemental planes. And I found Eric's.
When you found Eric's,
Did?
what do you mean?
Prime elementals. It is at the center of their planes of existence. Trapped and safeguarded by the workings of deities that try to stop any other from taking its power, feasting upon it, I suppose. It is a spherical conduit of life itself. Chaos continues to grow and build endlessly. It what powers the elementals and the many conjurations they have in their planes. It is what the stones come from. The essence of dragons.
Yes, that much I know. You said you found it, though. You've seen it with your own eyes.
I have.
I have a question. Did you relinquish your stone to these elementals?
My stone. What do you mean?
You're chosen. Or were chosen, not sure. You would have an essence, correct?
I never was with an essence of dragons, if that's what you're referring to. Am I chosen? Do I carry some part of some god? Yeah. I know of what god I carry. Do you?
Unfortunately, no. We know some information on it.
Do you want me to tell you?
Depends. At what cost?
Contrary to your belief, there is not a grand scheme to the workings of all of you. That's what Magella wants you to believe. I won't tell you the fate of the world is not at stake.
So then, do tell. What is this being that we hold pieces of?
You hold the fractures, deity of time. First deity to exist. First to evolve from the Chaos Titans. The deity of order. It was the title they came to before they created time. Great semblance and order in all of this beautiful cosmos. They are a deity that did not use their power for creations or anything other than a humble domain which they manufactured time and unleashed it to the rest of the world and the planes of existence. I was right, I suppose, after they removed the elemental planes, or at least did not include them in the formation of time. But the deity of order and time feared one entity. Grand scheme of cosmos. It's one thing that this deity feared more than any other.
Devour.
The Devourer. And they feared the Devourer because they were entity was born, created, in and out time. They could slip in, they could slip out. Protections that were made, they seemed to be immune to them, because they're all in some basis of order. Chaos that was assembled, constructed. They were able to circumvent. So the elemental planes were not included in the formation of time. Protect Eryx from being consumed by the Devourer. That didn't stop the Devourer, the creature, entity in and out of time. You might think, well, elemental planes are out of time and simply able to interact within time, then it would be able to reach the elemental planes eventually. And there was an event. Time fracture. Could have happened tens of thousands of years ago. Could have happened 1,000 years ago. Does not matter. It only matters that it happened. Times became more worlds. Unspindled. A braided rope. As they move through the prime material and their multitudes of strands, they eventually come back together. The celestial and the infernal planes of existence. This is why gods can see through all times, it seems. They are still lost of much interaction. Difficult to pluck a single strand. Thousands of them try to influence that one. Time also moves differently in the mirror planes because of this. Shadowfell. Slow. By a while, pass. What's that mean for you, though? It's up to you to decide that.
I guess so. Or- Been real enlightening.
You are most welcome. We are anomalies. We should not exist. And yet we do. You should make the most of it.
How does what you're doing stop the Devourer?
What is it that I'm doing? Stop the Devourer. Chaos. the destruction of order. No matter what you see that is happening, the battle of my scourge in a new age of Dracon, heralded by the great elder red worm Erithun, it is all necessary. For all of you. There'll be a time that comes. The dragons will be free, killed. And I will be vulnerable. And you'll have to make a choice between allying with me and saving this world, killing me, forfeiting it all, losing it all. You don't need to trust me. You just need to see for yourselves. Great Ukar! New leader. Wanting a new world order. What did I think of that? Ah, an army of orcs and dwarfs to march against the might of the Telthars. Maybe Ukar is smarter than me. Maybe they know more than me. And have lived long. Suppose if they'd lived a long time. Longer than I have. Longer than I imagine we. Looks towards you, Istriel.
You seem certain about this outcome and this choice we'll have to make. When we were with Jeffrey, suppose you could say, well, we also saw many timelines, and there were timelines still that couldn't be seen. So maybe there could be yet another way.
Most indeed. There could be another way. Are you going to find that way?
What I can say is, and I can't speak for everybody else, but I'm not willing to continue going along with the cycle of every other chosen one. Not if it means this devourer creature continues whatever it is they're doing.
I'd like to hear it. Good. Breaking the status quo. It's what I longed for. It's what I hoped.
what happens in the end if the ideal result is found and Devourer is stopped? Then what? We all retire peacefully back to our homes?
Don't know.
The prime
That is.
elementals,
Go ahead.
prime elementals, from what we understand, they're not going to stop until they set foot back on this plane.
No, they will not. It is why I attempted to destroy the essence of dragons. But the old one saw to it that that was not so. I should have known that it would move them through time, attract them where they needed to go.
You know who or what Magello really is?
I know what Magello means to me. That is not the same as how they are meant to you.
Help me
Stand up.
understand you then. What do they
Stand up
mean
and
to
they
you?
crack the back. Step forward. Let us say that I have known Magello since I was a young boy. My mother loved them. Puts a hand onto your chest. Looks towards you,
Jilo is
Thala.
the father.
Thank you for saving me.
Yeah. You're welcome. How's the elf that was with you?
The Lady Sindar Elena presides still over Mirren, the palace, in Merlandar, far to the south of here. Doing quite well. Albeit they hate me.
I wonder why.
Must be going now. Night is getting long.
Yeah, it's been quite a day.
You have a desert to face.
Until next we meet then.
Till next we meet.
Bum, bum, bum.
Passes,
We're on the
you can
coast
see
desert.
a little bit of a purple, pink cackling lightning. And you can see the wings of your Pegasus disappear.
Motherfucker just stole your horse.
Can't be fucking serious. You fucking asshole! I'm unsummoning my Pegasus.
Okay. Little add detail to mess with you. I thought it was
Oh,
funny.
that was perfect.
Okay, that's going to be it for our session here. So Daminar's still not revealing the whole truth as far as why they're waging a war against the Talthars and the Temerians, but maybe give some insight, a little bit on the emotion scale, maybe perhaps of why they're doing it.
I lost all sympathy for that man in that moment.
So, for all those who have long lived in the campaign and all the way back, remember what the boy was named?
No.
Adrian.
Adrian.
Right. Anybody have any questions?
What were those names again? Lady Sindar of some.
I'll put it in chat.
Nailed it.
No.
Nailed it.
Ulysses.
I couldn't write that fast. Sindar Elena.
Yeah. So Magello is the father.
That's not what he said.
Okay. He said, "I've known him since he was a child. My mother loved him. Magello's the father.
Yeah.
Whether
They start following.
adoptive or like genetic.
Could have been a side piece.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Resides over where?
Resides over Mirren, the palace.
Mirren. There we go.
Yeah, it's in chat. Mirren. Mirren is the palace in Merlandar, and Mirren is a council that sits there in that palace. The Mirren
so
is
they're-
the same name as the council.
So they're fucking high up.
Not
wherever that
not
is.
at that point. They weren't that high up, but they are an elf, so they live a long time.
I've got too many goddamn notes over here. Oh my god.
I have to say, I want to go see. Yeah, this is.
And how
So many
Daminor
places-
found you, honestly. Are you serious? You all come to this fucking tavern so much. I can't even believe you would even question that Daminor would not just
This is like
assume
a
that you would come
go-to
back
tavern.
here.
That's
It was
fair.
a new guy.
Crazy
It was-
shit.
It was the new guy that questioned it, though. I have no idea.
Yeah, you have no idea. You know who was actually at that same table with you? Who was at that same table? Do you remember? They start with an M.
Yeah, Magellan.
Fucking Magello. Even Magello was at this fucking tavern.
We brought all NPCs to the
All
tavern.
NPCs
Yep.
have been brought to this fucking tavern, okay? So if there's any place across the entire world that you all would be, it would be this fucking tavern.
And I love how it's like they're saying my name in this tavern, and they're like, "Oh," and it's like, "Oh yeah, I smashed a couple chairs in here." Hmm.
Yeah.
This guy's back. The
So
puke
how-
artist.
So how dare you question how to damn it? It's not fucking hard.
It's
Wow, so
only a
I
matter of
didn't
time.
even ask. He's gonna find us all the time.
Yeah, I mean, if you weren't, and honestly, if you didn't come here, damn it, I was just gonna drink, eat, and then leave. Looks like I missed him. Maybe another time.
You're that predictable. Like, ever realize like there's moments where your friends can read you completely, but it's just Damodar fucking pulled it on us. Like, God damn it with it.
You did.
Yeah.
Yondir, you gotta build another tavern somewhere else. Go work
Yondir,
somewhere. Go work at this tavern. We need you there.
Gotta switch
yeah,
our bars, man.
Switch up our bars.
Yondir, you're moving to Athema. You're moving to Athema.
It's gonna be up on High Rock.
All right, so to
Or
highlight
Xylem
some information, Damodar has seen Eric's and actually seemed to have some they seem talking about like unlocking power, like they were limited by their gift and certain things, and maybe this is the reason why Damodar is so powerful.
Yeah,
Now,
so we need to get to Eric's.
so their gift combined. Now, what's important here? Yeah, Lucas. Fucking, where's Zal when we need him? Zal, where are you?
Yeah, let's go find the epicenter of magic and all chaos.
And they said you all can do whatever you all want, right? And they're not trying to guide you, right? They might be setting perhaps, in your mind you're going, well, is there just like obstacles in front of me? Like, is that what's happening? Or is it really that the dragons are just kind of uncontrollable in a sense as far as their size. We saw this with Grugash. I mean, even though Grugash was being controlled, was Grugash more or less controlled not to just waylaced outside of the marsh, right? And they control Grugash to keep him in the marsh so they wouldn't, go outside. Again, there's just more layers here, I suppose. But one thing is for certain, there seems to be obstacles in your path. You're getting involved with those. Is that like a test to make you all get more powerful for an eventual fight here that might happen? Is that more or less just to see what you're capable of, to see if you could be true allies to them and what they intend to do? Now, they don't really have a lot of answers, I suppose, in that regard. They might not even know. They could just be like all of you, and they are trying to do what they feel is best, and in hopes for the best, the betterment of the future. They also could be evil as fuck.
Yeah.
Seem like they're on the same page as us as far as the prime elementals go.
Yeah. Right, they might be an ally, in terms of getting the prime elemental planes. So, you might be able to get there yourselves. You have some understanding there. So, hopefully, gave you some answers rather than questions. But because you already had those questions, so they simply just give you some answers on the things.
Just pushing the answers further back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're really good at playing the evil but not evil type of character.
It's a compelling character. You did a good job on him.
By the way, so I want to visit. I know I don't really have the right to make requests right now after what I just pulled. my want to visit Felgum has increased by like 15% after talking to Damodar. I'll be honest.
Okay. I guess we should probably, to be fair to Michael, mention to him like where we're thinking of possibly teleporting.
Yeah,
to.
that's why I'm
Yeah.
mentioning Felgum, because I know we were talking about that before, and now
Yeah, so that
after he's
so
bought the old one again.
that's for your experience. I do want to say, like, as much as I work on the fly super fast, but it is for the betterment of your experience. If you have some plan and give me a little bit of leeway as far as what that plan might be, so I can prepare things in accordance with how they go. This campaign evolves and it changes. Places change, they move, they're different, and so when we play you play an adventure module, right? It tends to be quite linear, right? You're pretty much going from A to B to C to D, and you might have a little bit of directions to get from B to C, but you're getting to C no matter what you do, right? And as you saw with the Silver Dragon, you didn't even need to kill Belzar, it seems. So it was like, and Ukar and all this other stuff was happening, so everything's going on with or without you in a way, right? And so you're just kind of playing in that. And so, yeah, if your intention is to go to Felgum, I say go for it. Get all those riches, baby.
Yeah, like I know we were talking about possibly visiting. I mean, Alathan and Felgum, just for like
Yeah.
I'll start a thing and just let me know what else we should add to this.
Yeah,
I want one of these cool gifts you guys have, where everybody glows
that's the
purple.
thing. Because like the gifts, Costas didn't take one because he was like kind of doubtful of the old one. But now we've met multiple people who have kind of been like, it's all cool, and not only it's all cool, they can get really powerful. So it's kind of like at this point he's actively like shooting himself in the knee by not taking one. So it's like, yeah, he should do it.
I want to put it out there though. We don't know confirmed if it's all cool. We've only known 2 people who have explained what their seeds were.
Okay, fine. But considering the level of power it gives you, he's like, okay, I'm willing to take the risk. And Kit just never straight up got the option to take it. So it's like,
I'm sorry. I heard that the old one, once you pass it up the first time, never offers a second opportunity. So you just may be out of luck.
I
Totally
don't think he
kidding. I have
mentioned
no
that
idea.
the first time. I'll give it a shot. If he
I'm
says
totally
no,
kidding.
then
I have no idea. I have no idea. Just joking. I was just joking. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, it's still good to be conscious. Obviously, Damodar is conscious.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Damodar might not even know what the seeds are either.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just I think I have now, you know, looked into it enough that I honestly, once we met, like, Uruk, or fuck, I forgot his name already.
Ukar?
Ukar.
Ukar. Fuck, how did I get it so badly off? Fuck.
I don't know.
Ukar. Yeah.
Literally is
What's that?
UK apostrophe CAR. So
Well, there's an apostrophe in there, okay?
And
this is his
Yadir.
name. This is how I spell it anyway.
Man, I'm not cut out for names in real life, much less fancy names. My God.
I'm honestly not either. I mean, fucking butcher all pronunciations of anything just because I can't fucking use phonetics. So I just like type something out. I'm like, that looks good. And then Google translators don't help because these fucking words are out of crazy like land, you know? And I'm like, sounds good.
Yeah. Yikes. But yeah, no, like once we met Ukar, I was kind of like, yeah, I'm pretty much good on this. Like he's like explaining, like he's already like lived 4,000 years of doing this. Then we ran into the time thing, and it's like, okay, now there's like, yeah, we might run into like time vortexes now, and like if I don't have the gift, I might just straight up die. So like I basically become a liability. Like, nah, it's yeah, need this shit now.
That's fair.
Yeah,
So
but
it's
again,
starting to feel like a chosen requirement.
Damadar had said, you do not need to walk this path. You do not need to do this at all. Damadar pretty much said, if you want to kick buckets and live out the rest of your day in some fish shack, go for it.
That's the thing. I think Costa's gonna walk it. So yeah, and again, I think Kit might want at least the chance to choose. Plus, again, we still have tons of magic items there.
No, I think it's a fantastic idea. There's magical items. There's riches in there. Kit gets an opportunity, right? In addition, you might be able to find maybe some more information, perhaps. I mean, you already did an okay job, but you didn't get to really get into that library as much as I think you all intended to. So, it could yield some things. And that's not to say that Damodar hasn't had an opportunity there, but you got to see how powerful those automatons were and how they kind of were, doing their thing. Now that was a little bit after the point that, Damodar had gotten there. And so, Damodar being like, I don't know how this ends is almost similar in how you read some of those books. Like Istra, you literally said, right? You basically were like, you went into it and you said, we are told, or at least we have some information that suggests that this could be this way or that way. And, it's just kind of like up in the air right now. And Damodar almost like confirmed that they are in the same boat and they're just doing what they think is right.
Yeah.
So
I'm
if you
just
think
telling
it's
you, like,
think it's right to go there and you want to get 10 armor smithing books and you want to learn the secrets of all the things, I don't see how that's necessary now because you got magical discovery involved with the crafting. I try to solve that for you so you didn't have to get 15 books.
I don't think it's necessary anymore either. I'll be honest though, maybe we could try to find books on the Erics or like the elemental planes. That might be interesting.
The language, time language or something.
Yep, the language of time.
Yeah, like
it's a good resource. Start learning it, try to understand it. Yep.
Yeah, if there's a place to learn about fucking time magic, it's there. And before we didn't really know what questions to ask. Now that we have a bit more knowledge, I think going back there with some better questions might be interesting.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Are we doing Tresgol as well, or are we leaving Tresgol? Because there was talk about that.
I know. Again, I'm basically throwing out all the possibilities, so that way, you might have some basic resources prepped in advance.
Yep.
Yeah, Tresgol, I know, was thrown in passing. I don't know if that was like a top of the list thing, but I know some people were like, maybe we should visit him.
I guess then I wrote them down. We can add to it as we go. Our Elathan into Falgrim, and then possibly Wizard's Keep for the volcano.
Yeah.
And then Tresgol.
The Wizard's Keep. Damn. Fucking teleporting right into the fucking evil land.
Yeah, everybody level 20.
Reforge it! Reforge it! What is that? See the
Oh, that guy's real big, isn't he? Oh, yeah, he's way up there. Oh,
fucking
dear.
Great Elder Red Wormberry through the verse. How many teleportations do you have? One slot? You already used it, didn't you? Yep.
Yeah, no.
So I will take the opportunity to state what you needed to reforge the Baneberry Thune was a volcano. Okay. And Dragon's Lair. That was the
Wait a
two
minute,
that was told you.
Could we get Balthazar to make us lair in a volcano?
You want-
I don't
wait,
think. But what?
Wait, what? You want
The
Belzar
requirements
to you want Belzar to make a dragon's lair in a volcano? That's what you're saying.
The requirements to reforge the Baneberry Thune was that it needed to be a dragon's lair in a volcano.
Mhm.
If we get Belsar to make his lair in a volcano, we fulfill all the requirements.
I somehow don't think that's the way this works, buddy. We
So it
learned
doesn't-
the specific place, and the clues were given
Yeah.
to us that it
Yeah.
was in
Yeah,
a place that is both a volcano and a dragon's lair. I don't think
Which
that
is-
means that any volcano / dragon's lair combo will do the trick.
Which is why Mount Tremar is the site of choice. And we do not know. We mentioned Horan, right, being Path of Fire, kind of general location, right? We understand that. Is Horan's lair also a volcano? Right. So that also could suffice. We do have some history too of how the Baneberry Thune was formed. And some of those nuanced details actually state that the Gold Dragon had some play in the making of that weapon.
I should maybe asking for it.
So you might say, before we delve a teleportation into a hostile no man's territory, fucking all of a sudden we're there. All right, let's get to work. You look all around, just a bunch of wizards. What are you doing here, not too, big boy? Oh, shit. Teleport! Counter spell. Ah! Yeah. I just love it.
Yet again.
The mental image of that is so great. You could seek the advice of a dragon that had some part in making of the weapon.
Could we possibly, I guess, use the gift to find a location suitable for the reforging of the Baneberry Thune?
Yeah, it might also yield the result as well. Again, it's going to be vague though, right? And
Yeah.
you could very well point in the direction of Mount Tremar as the most suitable location. But that's just what I'm saying, is that you might try to get some more information on that before you decide to jump into there.
Yeah.
I think it's being pretty clear that we will die.
Into the death zone.
I mean, it's fine.
It's not, but it's fine.
Reddits.
We all get to re-roll your characters.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, rerolls ready. Rerolls ready, gents.
Yeah, so maybe I think maybe then above the Wizard's Keep we should put visiting Horan / Balthazar. I say Balthazar because again I feel like he's still kind of in the like mental breakdown zone, and we might need to like teleport in if something goes on. I don't know. I maybe you
I think
guys
we're done
are
with
kind of
Balthazar for a while.
Yeah, maybe
Balthazar.
you guys as a group are done with him, but I'm still gonna probably like
Balthazar.
Balthazar. Is it Balthazar?
Balthazar.
Balthazar.
Balthazar. He's not one of the three wise men.
It's not Baldzar. It's Beldzar.
Balthazar.
Beldzar.
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 Balthazar.
Man, you can have, no wonder he's so confused. You have therapy sessions with him. You don't know his name.
This totally reminds me of Doom. Where's my car? Sultan.
Yeah.
I think I have mispronounced. I called Magello McMellan. Okay, don't.
Oh man.
Was it McMellan? You called him McSomething. McPherson, wasn't it?
I think it was McMellan.
McMellan. You called him
Oh,
McMellan.
God.
I'm pretty sure it was McMellan.
That's
So we
too funny.
have Lathan, Felgim, Tresgall Lair. We have underneath House Farron, the temple underneath there to speak to, which we're already here, right? Okay.
If we're going by congruences, it might come up, it might not. There was a possible mention of Nifendel Forest down there.
Yep, in Nifendel Forest, there's a congruence, and you also had, if I recall correctly from my notes, You also had understanding that the one right you see you marked off your list, so you're already kind of on the right track in the direction of the city of Stone. You could have felt that one right. That's kind of what guided you in that direction. So the next one would be as far as on the list here would be the Nifendel.
Oh.
Thanks.
Michael, I just want to check something. Is there any rules against having a dragon join a Night Order?
It's your. Okay, I don't mean to cuss. It's your order. You created it. I mean, I don't know how to say this to you.
No, I mean, like,
You're like,
rules,
but why does that matter though, Lucas? I mean, you could literally created the knightly order. It could be whatever you want.
yeah, like I just think Order of Atonement really fits.
You
with
could
this-
be-
like
you could be
Belsar stories. So like
The knights of the bare chest. Our order always has bare chests. You must flaunt it for the rest of the world. I mean, honestly, it could be that. Doesn't matter. Could be like
he
a
has
man.
to agree to the tattoo first, though, doesn't he? Don't you guys have a tattoo illustrating the
tattoo.
order?
Right, exactly. But it could be like a Mandalore thing too, right? Where you always have to have a helmet on.
Yeah, I just think that like again, Belsar really fits my order, so I'm gonna try to recruit him. Just
Are you really thinking that this dragon is going to come back to you?
to the Order of Atonement, I really think that.
You see first flashing to the future. Costas morning light on a sandy beach of a desert of crystal, kneeling at the sea. Eldar, come back to me. Fills a message in a bottle.
Yeah.
Please. I don't
You
know.
saved him. Job well done. You saved him. He's not dead. He
Sorry,
got
saved him.
away.
He wanted to be
Possibilities.
around humans, and he doesn't want to be around Costas.
Well, that was the thing. Was like it almost was like that mode of like they broke the bonds, and now they wanted to like regain their love of humanity, and then they saw what was happening, and they just broke them even further.
Okay, you know what? They're getting more counseling sessions.
They just
Oh
need
my
time
God.
away, man. They need to like
Yeah,
leave them
man.
alone. Give them some space.
Need some closure. Like, let him breathe.
I gotta get going, so I'll
Okay.
catch y'all next week.
All right,
Alright,
man.
Faith.
Later.
Later, Faith.
I'll stop the stream too. I've left the stream on. As far as experience points are concerned, we get to this point of the of gameplay where the experience points you get are not going to get you a level up. So I actually will start to accumulate experience points. So it's not that you're not going to get experience points for the session. I'm just not going to reward them to you, so that way you don't have to number crunch every time we end a session. And I'm just going to kind of accumulate them and then give them to you at a later point. If you don't want that, more than welcome to give it to you now.
don't
I'm
care.
good either way.
But
I'm good with that. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, we had a big level up anyways.
Just cuts down on the amount of work that you have to do, adding into that massive pool of experience you have. That's all.
All good.
Okay,
Cool
cool.
beans.
All right.
oh, yeah,
Watch the
then.
stream. Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully, you check us out next week, Saturdays at 4 p.m. PST for the Wayward ones. Truly Wayward. Bye.
Truly wayward.
We live up to our name.